We'd like to welcome you to our emergency freedom alerts for October 26th, 2020. And today, again, just building on all subsequent studies we've done, a lot of different breaking, incredibly important potential news that we're going to be bringing you today. I can't even believe the content on a week-to-week basis that I'm presenting here at this point. It's beyond comprehension, truly. Now, before we get started here, we're rotating through our warfare prayers, and this is the one that Pete, the deliverance minister in Tasmania, sent me a long time ago, and I've had this in my Bible for a long time, and it's a very powerful prayer against witchcraft, with fasting even more powerful. Now we're going to talk about fasting. I believe that's the next topic. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about fasting, and I'm just going to go ahead and open this up in prayer. Like I've said before, it's always good to pray like a Lord's Prayer type prayer beforehand. Put on the full armor of God. Pray something like Psalm 64 regarding protection, because these types of prayers, when you start engaging in these battles, and particularly if you start combining them with fasting, you're really going to start getting on the enemy's radar pretty quickly. And so I've done studies on prayer, and you can just prayer in the keyword search box at contendingfortruth.com, like biblical keys to answered prayer, those types of things, because it's really good to understand that whole subject and what we could maybe even unknowingly be doing that hinders our prayers, because there's a lot that can do that. And so that's good. That's super important information. You can find that at the keyword search box at contendingfortruth.com. Okay, so I'll open us up here. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we plead the precious, uncorruptible blood of Jesus over the body of Christ, the innocent, ourselves, our families, and everything that belongs to us. We ask for your giant warrior angels, or whatever kinds of angels are necessary, to be loose from heaven to surround us and protect us. As your war club and weapons of war, we break down, undam, and blow up all walls of protection around all witches, warlocks, wizards, Satanists, and the like, and we break the power of all curses, hexes, vexes, spells, charms, fetishes, psychic prayers, psychic thought, all witchcraft, sorcery, magic, voodoo, all mind control, jinxes, potions, bewitchments, death, destruction, sickness, pain, torment, psychic power, psychic warfare, prayer chains, and everything else being sent to the body of Christ, the innocent, our way or our family members' way, and return it in the demons and the devils and the evil entities and the fallen angels to the senders right now, sevenfold, and we bind it to them by the blood of Jesus Christ. Father, we pray that these lost souls will find the light of your Son Jesus. Their own snares and traps have now been set against themselves. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we now loose them from all mind control of Satan. Father, we also ask that you bind the Holy Spirit to their hearts as a guide to your Son Jesus, so that they may be set free from the bondages of Satan. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, so, and I really believe that, corporate prayer like that, coming into agreement, is very powerful. And then the other thing that you can do to really supercharge your prayers is fasting. And I had put out in my last newsletter that's posted online regarding people emailing me about the fasting, and regarding the whole Halloween, the whole they're gathering sacrificial victims for Halloween. You've got the elections coming up. You've got all the stuff that we've been reporting on. I mean, I've never seen such a volatile, insane time as that we're living in all my life. It's hard to comprehend. It really is. Just the study today is just wait. I mean, wait till you hear it. I mean, it's crazy. So I had a listener email me, and he said, "Is there a certain day your listeners are going to pray and fast? I need time to get ready. Maybe next Thursday, the 29th. If so, you can announce it in your next teaching. Thank you. Lord bless you, Bob." And I said, "Will do." I said, "It's funny. I just fasted yesterday, and it was Thursday." So I fasted this last Thursday, and I am planning on making that a common thing. And I just got the email below as well. So this is from another listener, Clint, and he said, and I got all these the same day. Now I just fasted on Thursday, and then I got this, and he's saying, well, maybe next Thursday, which would be the 29th, which is strategic because it's right before Halloween, and that's the time leading up to there. They're doing occult rituals. That's the time they're leading up. That's a good day to do it. Okay. And then and this is how, I don't know, my life's kind of operated for a long time. I kind of wait on God and take cues from God. Because sometimes I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I don't want to say the wrong day. Now, here's another thing. If you can't do it the 29th, okay, if you're just in a situation where you're like, oh, I got a hard day's work that day and there's just no way I can do it. Because I don't know about you, but when I fast, I feel pretty rough. And I understand there are people out there that say, well, the first day is the worst and then it gets easier. That's never really been the case for me personally. I mean, I think everybody's different. There are certain people that I've read that, by the time they get to like the, I don't know, second or third day, their hunger goes away, and it's like, I'm like, man, that must be nice because I don't know what that feels like. The most I've ever gone is almost a week. And that was that time that I was in that real dark period of my life. God was chastising me, and I deserved every bit of it. And that was like, I guess before I got into ministry type of thing. And I remember when I went into that, in about the first 60 days, I fasted about 40 of those 60 days. And I didn't do 40 straight, but of that, I would, fast. Sometimes I would fast. I think that's when I did the week. And then I did a 3-day no water, no food fast in that week. Now that's really tough. But it's the most powerful way to fast if you don't do any water or any food. And that's not practical if you're working a job, because you're going to go into pretty heavy duty detox right off the bat. And that's primarily the reason you feel kind of not good and weak. And sometimes you'll go into, because your body is getting all the energy that it would normally be expending to digest food. It's all of a sudden, all that energy is freed up. And now it can actually devote itself to doing things that are of the highest priority, whatever your body sanctions that may be. Maybe it's cleansing your liver. I mean, it's not like there's not thousands of processes going on in the body all the time. Okay? But the body will devote then that energy. It's one of the beyond most healthiest things you can do as well. You secrete a lot of the different hormones you need, growth hormone, things of this nature. It's incredibly rejuvenating. It's one of the best things you can do for anti-aging, but it's crucifying the flesh. So it's not fun. I mean, it's, you get past that first meal that you would normally eat, and then all of a sudden it starts to kind of become real. It's like, wow, I'm going to try to get in the habit of doing it every Thursday. So if we go dark, okay, and I kind of wanted to say this, if we go dark and, I'm not, let's say Contending for Truth is, for all intents and purposes, is gone because of what's coming, okay? If that does happen, I'm gonna try to, fast. Maybe I'm not gonna be super, super ultra strict, but I'm gonna try to fast on Thursdays. So that if you want to know when I'm fasting and when my other listeners are fasting, it'll probably be on Thursdays. Okay, so essentially fasting just really supercharges anything with prayer. And the most hardcore type of fasting is no food, no water. There is evident that those were in the Bible. There were 3-day no food, no water fasts in the Bible. And those are serious. You'll feel your kidneys after about a day with no water, and some people just can't do it. I've done several of those, and yeah, you go, especially going into the third day, your kidneys, you'll really feel it. Now, again, it's not something I would just advise just starting with. I would always advise, if you're going to start with something, like do a 1 day water fast, okay, and then kind of proceed from there, because it's like anything else. It's something that if you've never done it, you want to kind of ease into it, and but there's probably nothing that you could do on a spiritual level that's almost better for you than fasting, um, on so many different levels. And you can key in fasting in the keyword search box at contendingfortruth.com. I've posted big things on it, on like all the different physical and spiritual benefits and all that other stuff. So I don't really want to get into all that today, but suffice it to say, regarding the darkness that we're moving into and that we're in, but that it's going to unfortunately most likely get worse. I mean, unless God totally intervenes, I can't see how things aren't going to go totally crazy in the next couple weeks. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But you look at everything I've reported on up to this point, and everything they're projecting in the next, couple weeks, and I couldn't come to any other conclusion. Again, hope I'm wrong. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And as a watchman, I have to go over that. But if there are actual true remnant Christians praying and fasting, and let's say they're doing it on a weekly basis, there's few things more powerful than that you can do against the enemy. And that also will make you a target of the enemy. So this is, just suffice it to say, this is you're entering into the realm of like heavy duty spiritual warfare when you start to combine like these warfare prayers with fasting. But that's what we need. Okay. Can you imagine if like the people that identify themselves as Christians would actually get on the same wavelength? I mean, you could change the world easily. But the 501c3 system, corporate system, church system they're all, for the most part, lulled to sleep. Not all, but for the most part, they're low. And then you've got all of the different echo chambers brainwashing people, like conservative news, and then most people in alternative news, and a lot of them are part of the problem as well. We've went over that a lot in previous studies. So I got another email from this other longtime listener, Clint, and he said, and I got it the same day. Okay, so I just fasted on Thursday. Then I got this other guy saying, what about Thursday, next Thursday the 29th? And then another email came in, Clint, and he said, Patriot Nurse made a call for fasting on Thursdays last month. I would recommend jumping in with them. Yeah, why not? I think the more Christians you have praying on a specific day, the better. It's much more of a targeted attack if you're doing it. Now, again, if you can't do it though on Thursdays, okay. And I know I kind of got off on a rant there, but if you can't do it on Thursdays because you've got to have maximum energy in these types of things or whatever, well then do it whatever day you can do it. Even if it's just one meal, something, because God knows your heart in that type of thing. So I just wanted to kind of make that announcement. That's kind of going to be an ongoing thing for contending for truth. As long as I'm online. Now, if I'm not online, just bear in mind I'm probably going to try to continue this from here on out. So even if we're separated and we have got no way of getting a hold of one another, just understand I'm going to try to do that from here on out. Not to say I'm going to do it every single week faithfully, and I don't want to. I don't want to say something and commit to something dogmatically that I might not be able to do every single Thursday. But for the most part, I'm going to shoot for it, and the health benefits alone are gigantic as well. And what it is doing for you spiritually also is amazing. So, all right, let's go further here. Now, the next little part, because and I've covered a lot of these verses before, but we're going to really be talking about this a lot today. What does the Bible say about corrupt governments? And um, Psalm 94, verse 21 through 23 says, "They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood." And that's what our own governments around the world are doing right now. They're jockeying themselves they're gathering themselves against the soul of the righteous and condemning the innocent blood. But the Lord is my defense, and my God is the rock of my refuge. So that's the thing you always have to bear in mind. Now, there's also a Bible verse, 1 Chronicles 16:11. "Seek the Lord and his strength. Seek his face continually." Now, if you don't feel like you have the strength to get through all of this, you're right, because we need to rely on the Lord's strength. And I probably don't emphasize that enough. But seek the Lord and his strength. Seek his strength in particular. And this is a really good verse to just, keep, in what, maybe if you've got Bible verses in your Bible that you look at more frequently, that's a really good one to always try to bear in mind. Seek his face continually. So then going back to this verse 23, Psalm 94, verse 23, "And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity," meaning God shall bring upon them their own sin, iniquity, wickedness, "and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yea, the Lord our God shall cut them off." And these are good verses to recite in an imprecatory prayer. Not only you asking and proclaiming God's protection, but you're proclaiming the enemy's destruction. Really, it's really the crux of Psalm 64, which if you've never heard my teaching on Psalm 64, that's a really good one to go listen to. Imprecatory prayers, a Christian's door of hope, is the title of that. Just key in Psalm 64 in the keyword search box at contendingfortruth.com. That is life-changing stuff there, and I mean that. If you've never heard that, please listen to that. It's very encouraging too. So then we go to Proverbs 14:25 through 27. "A true witness delivereth souls, but a deceitful witness speaketh lies." And see, this is the thing. I look at all these false prophets in the Q movement and all these lies they're speaking. They're deceiving people. They're prophesying smooth things. They're acting like, Trump's going to come in and save the day, and the arrests are imminent, and all this other garbage that's never come to pass. All of the lies and false predictions from their inception. Trump is this anointed man of God, and all these other things these false prophets are saying. But a true witness delivereth souls. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to deliver souls, because I know if somebody's totally immersed in lies and they're believing lies, there's a pretty good chance they're not on the right road. And it's such an important thing. What's the opposite of lies? Truth. And what does the Bible say in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 that God is going to do? And that's regarding the end times that we're in right now, and moving into where the Antichrist makes his arrival. And it's also the same time of the falling away, the apostasy of the church. For this cause God shall send them strong delusion. And really send the world. God's sending the world strong delusion, that they will believe a lie. That they might all be damned who receive not the love of the truth. The love of the truth. Not the love of lies, but the love of the truth. And had pleasure in unrighteousness. So it's incredibly important that we are seeking truth. Because what is truth? Thy word is truth, the Bible says. God is truth. Jesus is truth. Father God is truth. They operate in the realm of truth. And I've never seen so many people believing lies, especially ones that are Christians, as I have in recent times, particularly with this modern day Trump thing. Now, does that mean I want Biden to get in? No, but they're both two sides of the same wicked coin is the whole point. "In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge." Okay, so these are good verses to Lord, you said, his children shall have a place of refuge. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. So there's a deliverance aspect to all these verses. And I don't mean like being delivered from demons. I mean a deliverance like being delivered from wickedness, from the wickedness approaching. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. I've never, seen people so despondent, suicide rates and all this other stuff going through the roof. And all this has taken place under Trump's watch. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't horrible under Obama, or wasn't bad under Bush or under the Clintons, but we've went to a whole other level because they're much further now in their agenda. And they're using Trump to implement that agenda. As part of the theater, he's acting like he's the good guy, though. Genesis 6:11. Now remember, Jesus Christ said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man, which is basically the second coming of Christ. Now, whether you believe in pre-trib, mid-trib, pre-wrath, post-trib, whatever, we're in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. We're in the days of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, when that wicked, capital W, is going to be revealed. And what else is happening? The falling away of the church, the apostia. In the Greek, apostasy. Or apostia, but the falling away, and then that wicked, capital W, be revealed, meaning the Antichrist. So we're right on the cusp of all of this. We're in it, and we're on the cusp of the Antichrist being revealed. Jesus Christ said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. Well, what was Noah's day like? Well, Genesis 6:11 says the earth was also corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And we're only getting that part cranked up, because I believe what's coming to America is a boatload of violence, because of the factors that we've went over, particularly in the last few months. What's coming with a potential invasion. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I know exactly how that's going to play out. I'm going to give you some more scenarios today. Take it to the Lord in prayer. I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm just trying to connect as many dots as I can for you. Ecclesiastes 5:8. If thou seest the oppression of the poor and violent perverting of judgment and justice in a province. Now, I've never seen more violent perverting of judgment. When they say judgment, they mean true, righteous judgment. Like how the court systems are so corrupt and evil, and all this garbage that we're dealing with about the mask stuff and the testing and the coming vaccine and all of the wickedness that all of these micromanaging big brother draconian rules they're trying to implement. That is a violent perverting of justice and judgment. It's what we're seeing every day. So if you see these things, marvel not at the matter. For he that is higher than the highest regardeth, and there be higher than they. So it's something that I guess we're just not supposed to marvel at. It's hard not to. It's hard to get your head wrapped around it, but there are times in history where this becomes the norm. Proverbs 29:4. The king by judgment established the land. Now that's a righteous king. He will establish the land. But he that receiveth gifts overthroweth it, meaning bribes, kickbacks, payoffs. So whenever you have a king in power, or a president, whoever's the head of your country, if he's taking bribes, kickbacks, or payoffs, he's going to overthrow the land. And my comment is, I wonder how much Trump has gotten or will get from the 5G telecommunication industry and the pharma vaccine cartels for his promotion and implementation of their services and their products, like the vaccines. I just wonder. And that's just a couple of the wicked things he's implemented. I've got way over 100 pages now of information exposing that guy. And it gets bigger, a little bit bigger every week if I remember to take what I put in one study and transfer it over to my things on Trump. It's hard to remember to do it all. And then this just broke. I just got this yesterday. Telecom spent meaning the telecommunication industry, the 5G industry, spent $1 billion plus lobbying Congress, $295 million from 2012 to 2015, and $80 million in 2018. And this is expected to increase. So they're all, for the most part, most of them are on the take. Congressmen, senators, I'm sure governors, our president, most of them, the vast majority, dare I say, are on the take. And when that happens, he that receiveth gifts overthroweth the land. And that's what's being done. We're being sold out to the highest bidder. I'm going to talk a lot about China today, but the thing is we've let them in here. We're buying the slave labor goods. We're the ones that let. Now, I'm not saying my listeners. I'm saying our governments are the ones that have let them build these gigantic solar farms which are basically nothing more than staging areas for the Chinese. We've given them, and granted this is the Russians too, but we've given them a lot of these places in national parks that are no-go zones where they've been for years. The port systems in California, and how that was given. Not every port, but. So there's a ton of ways that this has been happening for a long, long time. Then other related reports, and these are just links you can click on. The government is corrupt, elites serving only themselves. The next report, top 10 ways the U.S. is the most corrupt country in the world. Then 75% in the U.S. see widespread government corruption. Then the U.S. government is the most corrupt in history. These are all different reports you can click on. So when you have that, when they're taking these kickbacks, these gifts, these payoffs, these bribes, the country will be overthrown, is what the Bible says in Proverbs 29:4. And that's what we're seeing. And they're going to take us out of the old world order and bring us into the new world order. And they believe in order to do that, they have to totally destroy what we have as a country here and hit the reset button and start over. And that includes collapsing the economy, collapsing the dollar, getting us into a digital dollar, having everything tied in with the vaccines, and there's a lot of factors to it that I've covered in the past. Now, if you haven't heard my teaching on Romans 13 and unlimited subservience to the government, where should a Bible-believing Christian draw the line? I give you the link to that here. I'm not gonna. I've read you the table of contents on that many times, but I've listed the table, like what it's about here in the PDF for October 26, 2020. All right, so then the next announcement I have. Prayer book, the Contending for Truth Facebook prayer page. The passing of Audrey Henshaw, who was Rachel Lake's sister. And this is a longtime listener, and she said, I don't know if I told you, but Rachel Lake's sister Audrey has passed away very recently. She had taken over essentially the Contending for Truth Facebook prayer page for Rachel. Now, I didn't really have anything to do with it. I didn't have time to go up there and really do that. And I had a longtime listener that had started that. Rachel Lake was her name. She was a listener from Florida, and then she had just relocated up here. This is a couple years ago. And time flies. I think 2 or 3 years. Okay. And she got up here, and she'd only been up here for, 3 or 4 months. And then she finally got a job, a good job. And then literally that week, her son found her dead in her bed. and she was in the church she wanted to be at, because there's a church up here. It was pretty close to me. It's right up 40 from me. I forget the guy's name, but it's where you can see it from 40, and she just passed away super suddenly. I went to her funeral. Uh, I think she was just really burning the candle at both ends. But then again, my a lot of it had to do with the demonic attack, because devil don't like prayer, you know. And so then her sister came to me afterward, Audrey Henshaw, and asked if it was okay that she took the prayer page over. And I agreed, and she did that. And evidently she had done that up until now. And now she passed away. So she says, I don't know what happened, but I heard secondhand that she had a headache and was sick. That's all I know. I think it's very tragic that they both passed away so young. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Rachel was in her 40s, and Audrey, if it was her, for some reason I think it might have been her younger sister. She would have been, I don't know, probably not much older than Rachel when she passed away. So I just wanted to announce that. Yeah, it's tragic. Pray for the families here. I mean, both Rachel and Audrey's. I can't. I really can't take on anymore. But I do love the concept of having something like this. My biggest problem is when I was first in ministry, I had listeners approaching me, and they're like, "Oh, can I start this? Let's start this forum." And it had chat rooms and prayer pages, and then it just turned into a mess, because invariably, the devil's going to attack that, and bad doctrine was starting to infiltrate, and probably trolls and these types of things, and it was a nightmare. And I couldn't police it. I didn't have the extra time. I'm a one-man band, so I just shut it all down, essentially, because I didn't want to be associated with something that was gonna, all that stuff was coming from. And then when Rachel did this, I was leery, but I like the concept that it was just a prayer page, just prayer requests for my listeners. I really like that concept. Let's keep the chat room aspect out of it if it's at all possible. Let's be very vigilant on, I don't want it to be like a Nazi thing but you know what I mean. I don't want it to get infiltrated, type of thing. So I'm kind of like limbo with this situation now. I wanted to at least get it out there so my listeners could be in prayer about it, and I wanted to make that announcement. So then let's go to, now we're actually going to get into the study, and this is demonstrating China's takeover of Mexico in preparation for a Red Dawn invasion. More confirmation of subjects that we have covered, both in the past and in the very recent studies I've done. This is from Dave Hodges. I've been interviewing, I believe it's Pastor Sam Honold, since 2019. He maintains a website, which there's a link here to that, in which he provides in-depth evidence as to the growing Chi-Com, meaning Chinese Communist, influence in Mexico in preparation for a Red Dawn invasion of the U.S. Now, he's not the only one saying this. And Dave Hodges has had several people on that, like, boots on the ground down there, which is your best type of intel, typically, if the source can be trusted. And they're all pretty much saying the same stuff, that this has been an ongoing buildup for a long time. The Chi-Com influence of Mexico in preparation for a Red Dawn invasion of the United States. On Independent Pass, Pastor Sam Honold and myself have reached the same conclusions, in that China needs Mexico to fall completely into their sphere of influence, as they need this country to host the Red Dawn invasion that is most likely coming our way. Chaos has ensued and the internal strife is significant. This article casts some light on this issue. So they want to hit us from multiple angles if this happens with the Red Dawn invasion. They want to hit us from the southern border. This is what we're talking about right now. The northern border, okay, bare minimum through BC, and probably other places on the northern border coming through Canada. I mean, Trudeau's sounds like he's totally sold out to them. And then also through the West Coast, and particularly with the liberal states of Washington, Oregon, and California. If they, and he's going to get into that a little bit, we're going to get into a little bit later, but if they fall to, let's say, they don't like the election results, and they agree to do some type of Cal exit type of plan, and let's say Washington and Oregon joins in, I don't know, I'm just speculating, but if they did, then that would cut off Pearl Harbor and any type of port we had on the West Coast. Now, I'm not saying this isn't part of the theater. This may be just part of the plan. But there, to a certain extent, this could also be different factions of the Illuminati vying and jockeying for control and position, because it's not like Satan is one great big happy family singing Kumbaya. I said that when Trump took over, when his faction of the Illuminati, which is the Synagogue of Satan, more so the Synagogue of Satan, Rothschild, Rockefeller types, okay, when they took over, when Bush Sr. died, and they all got those announcements, they all got those weird letters when at Bush Sr.'s funeral, that was a changing of the guard. That was an announcement to them that that faction of the Illuminati wasn't ruling America with any kind of iron grip anymore. And that Trump's faction was the ones now in control. I went into that in detail when that all happened. So kind of bear that in mind as well. So this goes on to say that this article casts some light on this issue. This report is an overview of the work Sam Honnold and how it coincides with the warnings issued by the Common Sense Show, which is Dave Hodges. The good work of Sam Honnold, which parallels what the Common Sense Show has been publishing on this topic. This is from Sam Honnold. The following are two maps of Chi-Com-sponsored destabilization efforts designed to attack the U.S. once Operation Control is gained in the Mexico's northern states, with or without AMLO's, which is, I believe, the president of Mexico's support. Now, they're saying AMLO is yoked up with Trump, and he's in Trump's camp. He's in Trump's faction of the Illuminati. So bear that in mind. The way Dave Hodges writes, it's like it's good guys versus bad guys. Trump good, AMLO good, and all the other guys bad. And I believe it's just two different sides of the Illuminati vying and jockeying for position. And the outcome of that, I don't know if that's totally predetermined. It may be a fight it out thing to see who's going to gain prominence. You know, it's not like that hasn't happened in the past. So maybe it's all totally scripted and that's all been predetermined as well. Again, I am not God. I don't know every little facet of the way things are going to work out, but I'm just trying to, again, connect as many dots for you as possible. So the maps that he's talking about, unfortunately, they did not come out in the website. I couldn't get them to pull up at all. They were just like blank spots in the website page. So maybe a different browser, you could see them. I don't know. I give you the link to the report. Anyway, editors note, these areas are the ones that the Common Sense Show has previously identified that the cartels are proudly displaying their mechanized and heavy weapons gifts. Now, I've posted a lot of pictures of those, like these heavily armored vehicles that the cartels in Mexico possess when they come into the north to slay and kill the gringo. Okay. Because they believe that's their land anyway. And that's the whole La Mecha, La Raza type of thing where we're usurping their land anyway, and that is providing them motivation, and they're being told, well, you'll get the spoils and the riches and the booty when you go in there and kill and slay the gringo in particular. But again, it'd be blacks, it'd be whites, it'd be whoever they deem as against them. They'd be working in concert with the Chinese and the Mexican cartels and the Mexican gangs and probably Black Lives Matter and Antifa and the Chinese troops and potentially the Russians and who knows, the LGBTQ whole thing, snowflake left, liberal Democrat, they'd all be kind of on Team Satan. Okay, so I'm not saying they're not on Team Satan. I understand it's right-left paradigm, but that other side is genuinely unbelievably wicked. Okay, the Trump supporters I've been around, I absolutely loved. I did go to a Trump rally early on when he was running for president. He came into Hickory here in North Carolina, and we went there, and I absolutely adored every single Trump family that I met when we were like waiting in line all the hours and we still didn't get in, and I got there super mega early, and then we got to the near where the building was, and then there was all of these demon possessed Black Lives Matter Antifa types there that were screaming at us and all this stuff, and we just sat there and held our ground, and there was cops between us, and I was literally, it was me, a cop in front of me, and then these raving lunatic savages on the other side, cussing and screaming at us for no reason because we were there. And granted, I wanted to get the feeling, I wanted to get the flavor. I've never ever fully been on, even back then I was not on the Trump train per se. I said from the beginning I would give the guy credit where credit was due when he was doing good, and I would expose him. And like I said, I'm not saying he wasn't on Team Satan all along, but there was a turning point really when it was like not this February, but last February, when that Bush funeral happened and they got those notices and the other side of the cabal were put on notice, the gloves came off regarding Trump. The masks really came off. For those with eyes to see, ears to hear, and hearts to receive, it really came off. Now, I'm not saying he was a bad guy before that. He's been a bad guy since he was born. The Bible says the wicked go astray from the womb. They speak lies as soon as they be born. Okay, you go all the way back to his childhood. Not a good dude. Bad person. Okay. But that doesn't make all the people, the Trump supporters, bad people, because Trump's a horrible person. You know, but unfortunately, they're under his spell. And I do believe there's witchcraft involved with this Trump delusion type of thing. I 100% believe it has to do with mass witchcraft from that level. Because it doesn't matter what you would show a Trump supporter, all of the different ways he's so incredible. I just got into again with another guy this week, listener. He couldn't believe that what I posted in the last study. And I'm like, well, then refute it. Refute it. Oh, no, it can't be because he did this and he did this. And it's like, okay, so that cancels all of the wickedness that he's done his whole life leading up till now. Lifelong Democrat, pro-abortion, total womanizer, totally linked up with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. All types of suppressed payments for children that he's molested. Was most likely molesting his own daughter. Look at the pictures of him and Ivanka. I mean, that is some evil, sick stuff, man. The one where they're sitting on the parrot that are mating, the parrots that are mating, the stone parrots. I don't even like to tell people to go look at that because it's an inappropriate, sick, disgusting picture. It's so bad. And that's just a tiny little bit what I'm mentioning there. Doesn't matter. Biden bad, Trump good. Therefore, don't tell me anything about Trump because Trump good. Has to be right-left paradigm. Has to be good and no. Two sides of same wicked coin. You know? You don't want to look at the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is all of Trump's past and present. How he's bringing us, implementation of the 5G, how he's giving billions to Gavi, the vaccine alliance that is controlled by Bill Gates, and, we don't want to talk about that. No, that's off limits. Even though it's 100% easily verifiable. Doesn't matter. He's a good guy. What do you want, Biden? It's always and then they'll attack you personally. the ad hominem attacks. So understand, I'm just trying to have balance here. Okay. So going forward here, these areas are the ones that we have previously identified that the cartels are proudly displaying their mechanized and heavy weapon gifts. Can you say Obama Holder Chi-Com alliance? Meaning they're getting gifts from the Obama Holder Chi-Com alliance as weapon suppliers to these cartels. Now, not to say they're not buying a lot of their own weapons because they've got more money than they know what to do with anyway. You ever see some of those busts where they've got like, stacks of cash that you could literally like drive a car onto, type of thing. So they got money too. Pastor Sam Honold stated, as previously reported, the governors of these two Mexican states are leading a deep state and CIA-backed effort to destabilize the border region, which has gained new momentum in the last 48 hours. In both Tamaulipas and Chihuahua. Okay, like the dog, I guess. The Common Sense Show has concluded that from the timely information provided by Sam Honold that the cartels and these criminal governors in these specific Mexican states are trying to destabilize this region in an attempt to use these areas in the following manner. Number one, to develop a base of operation from which the Chi-Coms are going to try to overthrow AMLO, which is their president, who's aligned more with Trump. Okay. And his opposition to Mexico from being used as a base of operations from which to launch a future attack Red Dawn invasion of the USA. So evidently this AMLO guy, if what Dave is saying is true, is not aligned with the Chi-Coms. Now I don't understand then why he's letting them into his country to take over. Is that just part of the theater? Is he really trying? I don't know. Just seems a little weird. Just like it seems a little weird why we've allowed them on our soil for all these decades, and the solar farms and bringing their slave labor goods in and all the other ways that they're here. Okay, so, Dave writes from a very right-left, good-bad point of view. Okay. Anyway, this will be launch points for the inevitable Red Dawn invasion. Okay, these more so Mexico and northern Mexico. Please keep in mind that the Common Sense Show has already published accounts from Pemex, which is the state-owned oil company, that Chinese are using the corruption to establish refineries and oil supply lines to the border area, which would be needed by military launching an invasion. Now here's a personal communication from Pastor Sam Honold. He said AMLO spoke about the arrest of General Cienfuegos, asking why only Mexican officials were being arrested when plenty of Americans are complicit, specifically mentioning Fast and Furious, which is a sore spot for Mexicans who know the U.S. deep state armed the cartels, at least in part. And then he also said the second point was the communist MAS party, won the presidency yesterday in Bolivia, which would be more Central America, I believe. I'm sorry, it's South America. Anyway, back to the report here. They won the presidency yesterday in Bolivia by a margin of 20%. This is the party of Evo Morales' meaning narcotics, dictatorship. Bolivia has blown their shot at freedom and now is an enemy nation that will have to be militarily vanquished for any sense of law and order on the continent. Explanation from this personal communication. Number one, General Cienfuegos was arrested while traveling in the United States. Why? Because he is tied to the gun distribution ring of Eric Holder called Fast and Furious. He and Holder, which brings Holder's partner, President Obama, into the equation as they have conspired to upgrade weaponry of the Chi-Com cartels in an attempt to overthrow AMLO for his support of the current Republican administration, Trump administration, and his insistence on not allowing Mexico to become a formal staging area for controlled Red Dawn forces. Well, yeah, and he may, being the president, he may not want his country being taken over by Chi-Coms, Two, Bolivia is joining the confederation of potential Red Dawn forces of such countries as Argentina, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Chile, who are falling to the Belt and Road Initiative CHICOM takeover of their country. And these countries are trying to come north to link up with the Central American Red Dawn forces under the leadership of the CHICOMs. From a series of Sam Honold's tweets, we read, the Tamaulipas Governor de Vaca, now under investigation both nations, has an extensive private army to include armored vehicles, heavy weapons, and aircraft, as reported with video by BBC reporter Simon Reeve. And here's the tweet for that. And then Mexican President Lopez, or AMLO, has begun a major swamp draining this week, releasing 70 arrest warrants for government officials implicated in the Ayotzinapa case where 43 young school children were murdered in 2014. This is a declaration of war on the Chinese-backed deep state of Mexico. Because AMLO continues putting Mexico first and cooperating with Trump, China will push the rebel governors forward to destabilize the border region. So things are mega heating up in Mexico right now. We've got Halloween coming up. You know, the occultists will try to be using every amount of witchcraft to bring the order out of chaos, maximum death and carnage. And then we got the election right after that. And all the promises from the left that if it doesn't go their way, you know, we're all dead, essentially. Or even if it does go their way. So I've went over that a lot in recent, and we're going to go over a lot more of that today. Please notice in the second paragraph that Sam talks about destabilization of the region. This is something I've been writing about for months. This is the communist China plot, and now there are more independent sources verifying that this is a preemptive action needed to fulfill the CHICOM goal of eliminating AMLO and taking over Mexico. And that very well may be true, you know. So, then we have this. China orders millions along the coastline near Taiwan to make certain they have emergency preps. China has formally instructed its people in coastal cities near Taiwan to make certain they have 72 categories of emergency preps. Even the Chinese are asking if war with the United States over Taiwan is soon. Okay? They want to take Taiwan. We've been talking about this for months at this point. They just haven't fully acted on it yet. They've been staging and prepositioning and building up their troops on the Chinese coast across from Taiwan. Okay. Americans near the Pacific Ocean port cities should prepare for Chinese bombing as well. Now, meaning if they try to take Taiwan, and which Taiwan's like our fourth biggest trading partner or something, or third or something, I don't know. It's very, very significant. And we've pledged to protect them. Well, if we do that, then you could see how that type of scenario could lead us into World War III. Okay, because they attack Taiwan, we come to their aid, and now we're at war with China over Taiwan. Now, again, I'm not saying that's not part of the theater. I'm just saying that might be the way it plays out. I don't know. The General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, Xi Jinping, inspected Chaozhou, a city on the front line of Taiwan, and called out to the Marines. And it's not a city in Taiwan, but it's very near, in China though, and called out the Marines stationed there. After he left, Sichuan issued the Sichuan Family Emergency Material Reserve List to guide the public in dealing with, quote, disasters. These two incidents occurred almost at the same time, causing local people to think that it was related to the tension in the Taiwan Strait. On Monday, during an inspection tour of Guangdong, Xi Jinping, General Secretary of the Communist Party of China and Chairman of the Central Military Commission, went to the frontline city of Chaozhou in mainland China to express condolences to the Marine Corps soldiers. Evidently because he knows a lot of them are going to die when they invade Taiwan. It's the only thing I could think. Early Wednesday, the Sichuan Municipal Emergency Management Bureau issued a notice to guide citizens to respond to, quote, disasters. According to the Sichuan Family Emergency Material Reserve List issued by the Municipal Emergency Management Bureau. It is divided into the Basic Edition, which includes required items from emergency items, emergency tools, and emergency medicines for common disasters and applicable disasters. For example, multifunctioning emergency flashlights, lifeguard whistles, fire extinguishers, breathing masks, etc. The extended version includes food, daily necessities, emergency supplies, and emergency tools. China has recently stepped up its military activities around the island of Taiwan. In the first 9 months of this year, China dispatched 1,710 fighters to Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone to carry out air intrusion sorties, I guess, and then 1,029 marine intrusions. Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense stated that since the beginning of January this year, the Taiwan Air Force has been forced to take off 4,132 emergency sorties, a year-on-year increase of 129. They're probing their defenses, in other words. They're seeing what the reaction times are. Just something you would commonly do before going to war. In the past month, nearly 40 Chinese fighter planes have crossed the center line of Taiwan Strait and entered the Southwest Taiwan Air Defense Identification Zone. China is preparing to take Taiwan by force, and it knows it will cause a shooting war between itself and the United States. Thus, they are now preparing their citizens to have emergency supplies before American bombs start falling on their coastal cities. That's if we fully engage and go into it. Now, if we're... They bring up a scenario later that if the election doesn't go the way and Biden and Kamala Harris don't get in or whatever, and again, I think it's theater, but let's say that happens, then that's going to be Chinese overt cue to potentially attack. Okay, from Mexico, from British Columbia, and from the West Coast. But the West Coast states will be welcoming them with open arms because they're going to give aid to the enemy because they're on China's agenda anyway. So, again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if that were to happen, I think it would be very hard for us to come to Taiwan's aid. You know, I don't know. Could be wrong, but I think it'd be a lot harder if we were undergoing a full-on continental attack from the Chinese on our own soil. A little tougher to go help out Taiwan in that particular scenario. But again, I don't know. Governments do not take these sorts of emergency preparedness steps so publicly unless they know those preps will actually be needed. Thus, a reasonable person could conclude that war's coming and coming soon. The U.S. port cities, these are U.S. port cities in alphabetical order that could be subject to attack by the Chinese in this particular case. Okay, let's say that's what kicks this all off. Okay, where we defend Taiwan. Well, then these cities would be subject to attack by the Chinese Navy if open war is declared by China on America because we helped defend Taiwan. Here's the port cities: Bellingham, Bremerton, Coos Bay, Everett. Now these are all U.S. port cities from Oregon to Washington to California. Honolulu, and then now you got Hawaii. Humboldt Bay Harbor Recreation and Conservative District. Long Beach, Los Angeles, Oakland, Olympia, Pearl Harbor, Portland, San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, Tacoma, Vancouver, USA. These are mostly deep water ports, all of which could be targeted for Chinese naval attack in the event that the U.S. goes to war with China over Taiwan. The ones like Bremerton, Pearl Harbor, and San Diego are also military ports which would likely be primary targets for such an attack. All of these ports would be essential to any U.S. war effort, and crippling or destroying those ports. Now, if they were already in enemy hands, because let's say this happens after the election, and let's say they don't like the way the election went, well, then that gives California, Washington, Oregon maybe the excuse to do their own little Cal exit plan. I don't know. They wouldn't have to attack those ports in that case. So it just depends how compliant the West Coast will be with China. But I think they've got all that worked out ahead of time anyway, most likely. So, and again, this is written in the context of we're in control of those ports still. All of these ports would be essential to any U.S. war effort, and crippling or destroying those ports and the cities near them would be a primary goal of China to halt U.S. supply routes to its armed forces fighting in defense of Taiwan. True, yeah, true. If they haven't already fallen, if those states aren't complicit with China, you know, China now has the world's largest navy. They are fully capable of sailing over here and firing upon our ports and nearby port cities. If you reside in or near those port cities, it is probably a good idea to have emergency preps. Well, it's a good idea to have emergency preps anyway, no matter where you're at, but such as emergency food, water, medicines, a generator, fuel for it, and for your vehicles, a first aid kit, and a radio gear like a CB in case you come under attack, and the supply lines for basic services get blown up. Yes, you read that correctly. If there's a war between the U.S. and China, we here in the U.S. will be subjected to military attacks on our west coast. And again, but that's if they haven't fallen in line with China, though, at that point. He's not writing it from that standpoint. Like Hodges actually writes that could happen. So, he says they'll fire shipborne guns, rockets, missiles to blow us up. Okay. And then we have this this is from the South China Morning Post regarding Taiwan. Now, this is what they're openly admitting to in their own news publications. Okay.
Tell me why the South China Sea can tell me exactly what's going on, and then I confirm it with people I know in Taiwan. The Chinese are hovering. They're deploying drones. Take out the missile batteries of Taiwan. They're deploying launching points for the hypersonic missile. I wouldn't know this. I wouldn't know a hypersonic missile from a hyperdonic missile. I do now because I've researched it. And yet the Taiwanese, they're fully aware. They're on war alert. They feel they could be attacked at any time. Meanwhile, back in the United States, did you see how Donald Trump had a crooked tie last night in the debate? Oh my. And he says he's a family man, but he didn't mention his wife Melania one time. And everyone in his family is not on his side. What do you think about that, America?
See, again, David's just totally right-left paradigm. He's in with all the debates and all the stuff about Biden. And granted, Biden's a wicked devil from the pit of hell. I mean, totally sickening, evil pig pervert. The thing about the diary coming out today with his own daughter, how he's showering with his own daughter when she was wee little, you know, and how his propensity toward little girls. And look at how messed up Hunter Biden is with all the abusing like little Chinese girls. I'm not saying none of that's but Trump's guilty of the very, very much of the same kind of stuff as I've documented. So it's just, you know, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. If Trump's saying stuff about, but they're all wicked. I mean, I'm not going to deny that, and it's some sick stuff.
That's the kind of BS we got for news this morning. Instead of hide your boys, close the window, here comes the draft. Yankee Doodle and Uncle Sam need your kid. We need to march off into the sunset to the next war of globalist occupation by the banks.
Yeah.
You must die so the banks can live.
Yep.
Are you ready? South China Sea, ladies and gentlemen, saying it's getting ready to go down in Taiwan. Then we send our troops in, boom, we get hit. Right here in America, right in the kisser. Boom. And not a word of it in the mainstream media. They do such a good news.
And maybe that's why all these troops are, I mean, at least in part, at least the facade of why they're there. These ones that are already pre-positioned, they'll be ready to pounce when this thing goes down in Taiwan, if that's the way it kicks off. That might not be the reason, but it could definitely be part of the whole reason.
Everywhere and anywhere, we are CNN. Well, if you're so good How come you can't pick up a copy of the South China newspaper and tell the people what they're saying? Yeah, as they dribble on themselves.
I think he meant drool.
War is here. War is coming. This is setting off a chain of events. We are in big trouble. How much trouble? Let's let things unfold for a while before we really delve into the analysis. But I'm not liking where we're stepping. And I think we're stepping in poo-poo. That's it for the...
Okay. So then we have this. Alert. Chinese now preparing to launch a large-scale invasion of Taiwan against Taiwan. DC scrambles to defend against it. Totally different source.
So there was this speculation about a invasion.
China. So what he's showing here is a map, overhead map of Taiwan, the Taiwan Strait, the water that goes between, and then China's on the other side. I'm about 6 minutes into the video. He went over some of his other theories that maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but I just wanted to play a little bit of this one to give a little more clarity about the subject.
Invading Taiwan during the election, not thinking the president would do anything about it, risking somehow his re-election bid. That still might be on the table, because any invasion, of course, would have to be, predicated on Taiwan's lack of an ability to communicate and respond. I found some other articles that back all of this up. China deploys DF-17 hypersonic missiles across from Taiwan to prepare for invasion.
Now, this is mainstream news. I mean, in the Taiwan mainstream news, okay? This isn't like a conspiracy theory. This is all happening, okay? They're staging, and this has been going on a long time, and Taiwan said, you've flown over 1,000 missions over here with your sorties. We've had to scramble jets all these times because they're probing.
TaiwanNews.com, 10/19/2020. Literally writing articles about this. And this talks about these hypersonic missiles, what they're capable of, and where they are. Anonymous military source saying that China's most advanced hypersonic missile, the DF-17, is being deployed to People's Liberation Army bases in the provinces of Fujian and Zhejiang, which sit right across from Taiwan. The deployment of the missiles is part of a PLA pattern of beefing up its forces along the coast of China in what some analysts are saying are preparations for an invasion of Taiwan.
Yes.
This is what they would have to do. You see, it's also well known that there are Patriot batteries in Taiwan, but they're going to use UAVs to overwhelm them, meaning they're going to send up just hundreds of them. Who remembers all of the swarms of drones that were seen over the West last summer? I'll see if I can dig up.
So they would launch these UAVs, which are like these big plane, but they're pilotless, I guess, drone-like planes, to overwhelm Taiwan's defenses, and then they don't have to worry about losing pilots in that particular scenario. I think that's what he's getting at here. And now this is when the invasion of the Taiwanese the island of Taiwan would commence from the Chinese.
Rickles. They even mention it here in this slideshow. UCAVs across from Taiwan will be used to overwhelm Taiwan IADS, their air defense systems.
Right.
This is October of last year. China unveils drones, missiles, and hypersonic glide vehicle at military parade.
These are all mainstream news reports he's going over. He's showing you the cover pages for them.
November 22 this year, President Tsai pledges to defend Taiwan's airspace. And she did this from Penghu Island. Now let's go back to that map real quick. This is Pinggu Island right here. This is where any land invasion would have to occur.
Now, let me describe it for you. You've got China on one side, on the let's just say it's on the west. You've got the Taiwanese Strait, the big water channel there. Then you have Pinggu Island, and then you have Taiwan. Pinggu Island is more on the southern part of the island of Taiwan. It's off the coast, though. So he's saying that if they, for a land invasion, they'd want to take Pinggu Island first, and then they would have a staging area to go right into Taiwan, which I would agree with.
If they were going to station these drones, that's where they would put them, or these lasers.
Right.
So
anyway, he goes on a little bit further there. I just wanted to kind of give you a little more info on that. Okay, so now let's keep building, okay, on this. Because I believe that when I put reports together, and this is why like I didn't get started tonight until like around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. At night, because I'm like usually on Sunday there's all this more stuff breaking, and then I have to add it in. But it's typically stuff that if I don't add it in, the report's not going to be complete, at least up to the moment complete. The next report is mounting reports of simultaneous coming civil war, and World War III will be unleashed with an unfavorable election result for Harris and Biden, meaning if there's an unfavorable election result. And either way, it's going to be bad. It's going to be horrific, okay? But this is David Hodges' most recent report, and I cut a lot out because we've already covered it. But I wanted to hit the high points of this. Nobody wants to believe it, but more and more evidence keeps surfacing that our worst fears are about to be realized. It is clear that key parts of Western Canada are being handed off to the Chicoms. We reported on that at length. I maintain that Trudeau has struck a military deal with the Chicoms. Why? With True North moving, meaning it's on the compass, True North is moving, melting ice caps have made Canada the unquestionable dominant power in freshwater supplies, evidently for the whole world, I guess. With water levels in many world metropolitan areas dropping to 500 feet, maybe it means by 500, I don't know, freshwater will become a valuable commodity. Canada will become the 1980s version of Saudi Arabia, only the product will not be oil, it will be water. Now, I've already covered this, I just kind of want to refresh your memory. However, Canada does not have the military reserve to protect its supplies and transport going forward. With an unfavorable election result for Harris and Biden, and if California falls after the election and leaves the Union as CalExit threatens to do, in that scenario, Pearl Harbor would have to be abandoned. The Chicoms will control Washington, Oregon, and California, and I'm assuming Hawaii. All who have pledged to withdraw from America if they do not like the result of the election. In other words, he's saying that I guess Washington, Oregon, and California have all pledged to withdraw from America if they don't like the result of the election. Unless it's Biden and Kamala Harris winning, you know. Kamala Harris, I think, spoke here in North Carolina. It was yesterday. She had 10 people. Showed her 10. Massive turnouts. Now, again, I'm not going to get in the right-left paradigm. It's just that it's kind of a joke. But, I mean, you got people driving around with Trump flags all over the time, and, you know, big caravans of people with Trump stuff. And you see a lot of that. You know, and a lot, from what I've heard, a lot of people all over the country doing that. Again, not getting in the right-left paradigm, just kind of stating facts. Anyway, this will provide a major beachhead for the Chicoms. Think about it, California, Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii fall. Yeah, it's a pretty good beachhead. 1 month ago, I showed one of my previous articles on this topic to a former military analyst, and he said contingency plans to house the West Coast military facilities will be transferred to the East Coast, and they are in existence, but he did not know if they had been rehearsed. This is merely a status report on the anecdotal accounts of 4 Canadians acquired over an 8-week period. I believe these accounts to be accurate because there are other accounts similar to these, for example, in the broadcast of Sarah Westall. At that time of my discovery of the Chicom military in Canada, and there's all kind of first-hand accounts of people there, you know, that we've read in recent previous studies saying, yeah, they're here. Chicoms are here. They're taking over pretty much. Anyway, he said, I stated that this story will obviously be continued as more information is acquired. Well, more information has been acquired on the same topic, and much of it confirms what we're writing here. In the past week, Sarah Westall and myself have added Hal Turner and Pastor Sam Honold as sources that are validating our claims that we are about to be invaded. Now, again, I'm not saying that this is 100% going to happen. I'm just telling you, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, be in prayer about it, fasting if you feel led. I think this Thursday's prayer and fasting is by far the most important because of what we're right on the cusp of. I mean, Halloween, 2 days later, and then the elections, right after that. So, anyway, with minor exceptions, okay, so subsequently, this new information is coming to the forefront. I consulted with my two best sources who both have extensive military intelligence experience. With minor exceptions, these two sources agreed on the following, and these are just bullet points. If it appears that the American election is going to be won by Trump, this will set in motion an invasion of Taiwan by China. Now that's super important, and we just gave you the whole scenario of that long brewing potential invasion. Wasn't like this just happened last week. Okay? So bear that in mind, and it would make sense if it appears the American election is going to be won by Trump, this will set in motion an invasion of Taiwan by China. Now, there's a very good chance that that's all known, it's all been predetermined, it's all theater, and that they already know what's going to happen because it's part of the theater. But he's not writing from that standpoint. He's writing from the standpoint of Trump good, Biden bad. Right-left paradigm, Coke, Pepsi. So please bear that in mind as I say this. Okay, while simultaneously using their terrorist assets inside the United States to attack infrastructure, meaning Chinese assets, to attack infrastructure and any targets that would hinder the defense of the lower 48, meaning lower 48 states. Then the next point, as America allocates resources for the defense of Taiwan, India will attack China. China will roll their troops across the northern and southern U.S. borders. I think the extreme western, southern, and northern U.S. borders. Okay. World War III will begin in earnest. By the way, China, Pakistan, and China. Oh, Pakistan. I don't know. He said China, Pakistan, and China. Okay, that's redundant there, Dave. They will engage in a nuclear exchange. Now, again, I'm not going to get dogmatic about this kind of stuff and say this is exactly the way it's going to play. Nah, come on, really? There's no way to know that for sure. Anyway, however, America will not be nuked by China because they want to occupy an intact country with full access to existing resources. I agree. They want to come. They're coming for the spoils. Next bullet point. The most surprising aspect of this scenario is that both sources believe that the three most Western governors, which, again, this would be for California, Oregon, and Washington, which are, the governors are Newsom, Brown, and Inslee, will provide aid and comfort to our invaders. Now, remember I brought this scenario up earlier? Yeah, they're going to welcome with open arms. They both reason that all three governors have allowed undue CHICOM and their terrorist allies to flourish within their respective territorial control, as evidenced by what has happened at the Long Beach port, Seattle, and Portland. That very well may be true. They may come in totally unopposed, these Chinese troops that are staging in British Columbia and in Mexico. If they come into the right spot, meaning California and Washington, okay, coming from the north, they come into Washington, coming from the south, they come into California. If they come in the right spots, they may come in totally unopposed. And then what would that do? That would allow them then to stage and pre-position their troops in those states, and then for an eventual invasion of the states to the east. Not saying it's not part of the theater, I'm just saying. trying to get a handle on all this. Both sources agree that based upon public statements made by senior Chinese officials, the United States can expect a no quarter, meaning no prisoners policy. I've been warning about that for years. Everyone in the West will be a frontline participant, meaning if you live in a Western state and you're against their policies. Now, maybe it won't matter. I don't know. Maybe even if you agree, they're going to kill you. I don't know. Now, I'm not saying God can't protect you. I don't ever come from that angle. Everyone in the West will be a frontline participant. The irony, as one source stated, is that BLM and Antifa will be murdered along with the rest of America. Okay, well, then that would mean that they would be killing everybody indiscriminately because they want to reoccupy with their own people. They've run out of land. They've run out of resources. They've run out of farmland. They've run out of a lot of things in China. And they're mega, in their terms, in their eyes, they're mega overpopulated. And this would be an area of recolonization. That's, if Satan had his way, that's what they would want. To stop the attack, the U.S. will have to deploy and use tactical nuclear weapons. Now, again, I'm not going to get this dogmatic. I'm not going to act like I'm Mr. Prognosticator and I know exactly how this is going to play out. But I'm going to give you the potential scenarios of what could happen. So he's saying they'll have to deploy tactical nuclear weapons. We will, U.S. This will unintentionally kill millions of innocent Americans. I was told by both that whatever measures needed will be used without regard to civilian casualties due to the genocidal nature of the attack. Therefore, it will be better to sacrifice some rather than all. I was also told that the Chinese will have difficulty dealing with the continuity of government tunnels in which heavy weapons, including theater nuclear weapons, can be rapidly moved and brought into action. One source mentioned that Paul Preston had told me before that the dams in southern Oregon and northern California all have ADMs, and they will be detonated, some type of explosive device. They will be detonated by radio frequency if the Chinese advance is not stopped, meaning we're going to start blowing dams and probably bridges and the stuff you do in war to stop the advancing troops. Now, remember, you could say, well, this is all theater. Why would they do all this? Well, again, is it two warring factions of the Illuminati that have been, basically Satan said, well, duke it out. Go for it. He loves killing, death, destruction. To the victor go the spoils. I don't know. But these are just scenarios that could happen. Let's see here. So they're saying that they're going to blow the dams in Northern California and Southern Oregon. The intent is stopping the Chi-Com advance out of Canada by the release of road destroying massive amounts of water. Editor's note, if the Oroville Dam were to be sacrificed, 2 million people in the Central Valley of California will be in extreme danger. We've been talking about the Oroville Dam for like 2 or 3 years at least. Next point, nuclear ordnance will be used on our southern border because the potential number of invading troops will be astronomical. The entire border region would likely become a wasteland on both sides of the border. Northern Mexico might be uninhabitable for a generation. And then the next point, if the Obama appointed command officers participate in an eternal plot to overthrow America, America's military response could be limited, thus aiding the Chi-Coms being able to control both borders as they advance both north and south and as they link up and prepare to move east. This is a major wild card. This is why since April, both Northcom and Southcom commanders are sequestered in protective custody. Obama's actions are to fire approximately 400 he fired 400 senior command military officers during his tenure. Implicates him in a treasonous plot against the U.S. If the readers are stunned at the expected U.S. military response, so was this author. I will save the best for last. Now remember, he's getting his intel from these people. We don't know if that's 100% correct. We don't know how this is going to play out. Usually when you get into a war type scenario, things are fluid and things can change. So this is just a potential template. He says, if the readers are stunned by the expected U.S. military response, so is this author. I will save the best for last. I was told by both these sources that forces loyal to the United States will be willing to expend their entire nuclear arsenal on our enemies. And this includes our approximate 80 nuclear submarines that Obama loyalists do not control. What is most frightening is that this could happen in a week or sometime next year. All moves are in the Chi-Com's hands. By the way, Richie from Boston videotape, I wouldn't say it's massive. He's saying massive, it's really not. American military movement throughout Wyoming. Now, granted, maybe it is massive, and he only caught one part of it. Heavily armed military accompanied by federal police, helicopters, and heavily armored vehicles were transporting something inside like a large semi, which had like weird doors on the side of it. It was definitely something they were guarding. I suspect that these massive trucks are theater nuclear weapons mentioned in this report above. Everyone is a frontline participant. And to think that we did not even discuss the UN being a factor. They will play a role, but both my sources said the UN will not be able to participate in the invasion of the U.S. because of division within its own ranks among member nations. Okay, so that's one scenario here. Okay, I'm just going to keep going here. Major terror plot targeting Trump supporters has been uncovered. A funny thing happened on the way to writing about the Chi-Com inspired and emerging civil war in Mexico, which we just reported on, which is a prelude to Red Dawn invasion of the United States. And this is Dave Hodges again. I've been warning about an impending Tet offensive that will visit our country courtesy of leftist subversive forces. This prediction is gaining momentum courtesy of several communications that have crossed my path in the last few days. I've got them as well. He said 3 days ago the following anonymous message was sent to me. Dear Mr. Hodges, for reasons that will be apparent, I will not specifically identify my employer. I am writing you because in the past you've indicated that if the Democrats do not feel they can win, their allies, which are extreme subversive groups, will ramp up their violent activities, and you are correct. And they've been warning about that, We have intelligence which leaves little doubt to the fact that certain Trump supporters are in the process of being identified and targeted. The information suggests that there are a number of high-profile targets. Members of your alternative media can expect to be targeted. Private individuals who have donated to President Trump will be harassed and possibly acted upon. Please note that the list of donators is publicly available to anyone. We expect that businesses that can be associated with the president's donation list will be targeted in a manner consistent with what we have already seen in Minneapolis, Portland, and Seattle. You're receiving this letter because I do not believe that my employer is going to act upon this intelligence until after the targeting has begun. They want to bring that order out of chaos. Rest assured, you will not be the sole source of this writing. If you're wondering about my motivation, it is simple. It is one thing to conceal possession of material that would implicate certain public figures in treasonous acts. However, I will not be party to actions which has the real potential to make sacrificial lambs of innocent Americans. I did not sign up for this. I have learned enough to accurately state that it is highly likely that if Trump is declared the loser of the election, he will not be serving until the inauguration, meaning lame duck. When you're in that lame duck period and then the inauguration takes place, what is it, like January or something? Well, if he loses, that's going to be out the door. He's not going to be a lame duck. Will some accident to him happen in that interim period? Maybe a coup in that interim period? Who knows? I'm not certain. But I am sure he will not be serving past Thanksgiving. Please do not disseminate the rest of this message. I found the letter, and then this is Dave Hodges. I found the letter to be interesting, but far too vague to act upon. But last night, after everyone went to bed, I was writing part 2 of the report on the lead up to the Red Dawn invasion as I was covering how the Chi-Coms are destabilizing Mexico because AMLO is not cooperating with the Chinese. The release of this material is going to take a temporary back seat as I release what seems to be confirming information that in part substantiates this anonymous letter that I have come to believe came from an unidentified FBI agent. Remember how he wouldn't say who his employer was? So then, this is called a plot surfaces in New Hampshire. The first verifiable indicator that Trump supporters are at risk to having their homes burned down and worse came from a lady in New Hampshire. She says, "Hi, Dave. This happened in a town near me in Milford, New Hampshire. Threatening letters sent to homes of Trump supporters. Police say this is from a mainstream news report." Okay, and she gives the news report there. Essentially, and I've got a photocopy of it, and I've got a photocopy of several of these. It says they're getting these people that are identified as Trump supporters are getting these letters that say your address has been added to our databases as a target for when we attack should Trump not concede the election. It goes on to say, we recommend that you check your home insurance policy and make sure that it's current and that it has adequate coverage for fire damage. So they're basically telling you they're going to burn you alive in your house. What is it going to matter if they burn you alive and you know, for the insurance? Then it says you've been given fair warning. Always remember that it was you that started the Civil War. Yeah, because those slime devils wouldn't take any blame for anything, any wicked, evil thing they've ever done. And I know now it starts to bleed in, oh, well, you believe in the right, left, pair. I believe these leftists are wicked to the core and totally pure evil. And I've never seen a case more of mass demon possession in my life than them. So then it goes on to say, open the transcript, and here is an excerpt from what I found from the TV report emanating from WMUR-TV with reporter Tim Callery. A video of the news report is available at the link listed above, and I give you the link. It just says, police say this same letter was mailed to other homes that have signs supporting President Trump. The department is now investigating and has contacted the Attorney General's office. Police Chief Bill Quigley alerted the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and says that whoever is behind the letters could face serious charges, not only with a U.S. criminal threatening of a felony level because the threat of the burning homes down and causing injury, but also with postal inspectors, something on the federal level. Sorry, that was written a little bit disjointedly. Then, before the night was over, a person from my audience sent information from Hal Turner radio show, which explicitly speaks to the same terrorist activities as being investigated in New Hampshire and the presumed FBI agent anonymously sent to me. Now, this stuff is not conspiracy theory, guys. These letters are showing up in various and different mailboxes of Trump supporters around the nation. Okay? I had a listener that, I'll read that in a little bit. Then the people in Kansas City, Missouri woke up this morning to written threats being posted on their homes. The letter says the home has been targeted for attack in a civil war because they're a Trump supporter. More proof comes from Twitter, which contains confirming information. And I don't know why they're posting letters ahead of time. Maybe it's more the Kabbalistic principle, which is really more of like a Luciferian principle that you got to warn your enemy of what's going to happen to them before you do it to them. Then, from a satanic standpoint, everything is square. It's good in their eyes. This is from a guy named Mike Schlapp. He said, these flyers are being left in Kansas City neighborhoods. He posts a picture. This was on top of our former, this on top of our former Kansas National Committeeman getting run over in his yard due to his Trump sign. Wow. Please pray that America will reject this violence and hate. Now, this is a little bit, they show a little bit more of the letter here. It's an actual copy. Dear neighbor, you've been identified by our group as being a Trump supporter. Again, then it goes on to the same stuff I've been saying. Your address has been added to our database as a target for when we attack, should Trump not concede. And then at the very bottom, it says, be prepared to face severe consequences of your preemptive actions against our democracy. I love it when Satan gives me a morality lesson. I just love that more than anything I think in the world. You know, some degenerate devil giving me a morality lesson. So what are we left with? Now New Hampshire is a long way from Kansas City, which clearly makes this a national threat. The tweet represents the longest evidence that there is a nationally orchestrated terror plot being directed against Trump supporters. This is the beginning of the ramping up of terrorist street activities involving Antifa. Now, my comment is, remember what Jeremy, the former 32nd degree Freemason, warned about. That when particularly the, and I'm just going to say Trump supporters, the white people, the Trump supporters are white. And I know there's black ones, and they'll probably be totally on the target list as well, because they'll be viewed as Uncle Toms or whatever. No matter what your skin color, but primarily the white Trump supporters in probably middle to upper middle to higher class neighborhoods, when they start kicking their doors in, then it's going to be on. Then what Jeremy said from the Freemasons told him that the slaughter of the black races will begin. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm telling you, that's one other thing that I have talked about that might pop off if this goes down. Then it goes on to say, this material points to a possible, and again, I don't think it's just blacks. I think if you're Black Lives Matter, and a lot of them are white, but that they would be slaughtered. Anyway, this material points to a possible deadly attack being planned against innocent American citizens. The following is a summation of what we know at this point in time. Number 1, we have an anonymous tip from a presumed federal agent. 2, we have law enforcement and mainstream media involvement in the New Hampshire with the same issues. And we've got multiple actual flyers that people have gotten that they've shown, Number 3, the tweet from Kansas City and Hal Turner's posting of a national terrorist material closes the loop on the fact that this is a nationally orchestrated violent plot that is in the process of being carried out. But wait, there's more to this report. Another member of my audience sent me the following message, and it is very telling, as evidenced by the following link, that they may be getting their addresses and names from this website, which is donaldtrump.watch. Okay, I'll give you a link to it. Previously, this was named racist.watch, which is using the public database of Trump's campaign donors to compile a list of those who the BLM Antifa demon rats deem opposition to them in their civil war. Now, could you imagine if we were doing this to them? If we had a public website identifying where Antifa and Black Lives Matter and where they all lived, can you imagine the stinking public outcry that would never, ever end? But it's fine for Satan on the left. They can get away with whatever they want. They could do whatever they want and say whatever they want. I would suggest all neighborhoods work together in neighborhood watch type style along with local militia, police, sheriff to defend your neighborhoods and neighborhoods urge. I mean, if there's ever been a time when that's ever going to pop off in America, it's going to be, November 3rd and after, from what I can see. To defend your neighborhoods, urge well-trained gun owners to become deputized also to help, and finally flood Trump with this information so he can help at a federal level. He's not going to do anything, most likely. It's all part of the order out of chaos, is what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong, but I kind of doubt it. Click on the link in the above email. It is a personal website that is threatening people who have donated to Trump supporters. Personally, I have identified 2 people who I know that are on this list. I have notified them of the threat and told them to take defensive action. Criminal activity is already at play, with threats to burn down Trump supporters' homes, and this constitutes a clear and present danger to all conservative Americans. Okay, I'm going to keep going here because I'd like to get as much of this in as I can. This is from a longtime listener, Shar, and more threatening letters showing up in mailboxes. She said, "Hi, Scott. This is a picture of a letter my girlfriend's friend just received in her mailbox in Minnesota." It's the same letter I read before. Okay. You've been identified as being a Trump supporter. You've been given fair warning. This is all your fault. Anyway, we're going to burn down your house. Make sure your fire insurance is whatever. Anyway, this seems to be common in other states as well. Her friend has also been getting a very high number of people showing up in unmarked white vans, trying to sell something. Yet when the husband confronts them, they take off. Yeah, they've been doing this thing with white vans for decades. Guys like with weird Russian accents showing up at your front door wanting to sell you books and stuff. I've reported on that over and over. I just think this is a continuation of this. And this is why I've always said this for a long time. Don't ever associate your physical address with anything. You want to have everything, all of your mail sent to another address, like a UPS store where they have the mailboxes. You never do that. It's the first rule of privacy. Okay? The prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. And if you're already in their database, I understand. And I'm not saying God can't protect you. Okay? I'm just saying that is the first rule of privacy. You never, ever, ever give out your home address for anything. You don't get pizzas delivered to your home address. You don't want to be in any kind of real date. Well, they're like, well, yeah, but you've got to put that on certain things. Yeah, but it's not public knowledge. Okay? It's not just out there public knowledge. So the book written on that is How to Be Invisible by J.J. Luna. And I think it's like in its second or third edition. So that's his first rule. I have followed that for a long time. And it's always worked well for me. So it says not going to take any other neighbors. Not going to any other neighbors nearby. Meaning these white vans are just going to these one houses that maybe are perceived as or in the Trump contribution database, or maybe they got Trump flags out front or whatever. Trump bumper stickers on the cars. All this stuff puts you on their radar. You know, it's always best also, yes, don't have any kind of stickers. You become the gray man, you know, which is what we've talked about a lot. Not going to any other neighbors nearby. Seems like they're staking places out and trying to instill fear. We all need to be on high alert for the next few weeks. We've implemented in our own little group fasting and prayer and reading your warfare prayers. Oh, praise the Lord. This is crucial today. Yeah. And now we're going to take it to a whole other level with the fasting. So we're in it to win it. You know, because none of this is taking God by surprise. None of it is like Jesus isn't on the throne saying, oh man, I can't believe this is all happening. He knows the beginning from the end. Just remember that. Next report, Trump supporters in Kansas City. And I'm just putting this in there just so you have the physical links if you want to go check this out for yourself more. Trump supporters in Kansas City and Massachusetts being threatened with attack in the Civil War. New Hampshire, Trump supporters receive letters threatening to burn down their homes. I give you all the links here. Another person posted that on a comment under one of these reports, someone near Lake Norman, North Carolina, which is Lake Norman's very near where I'm at. I mean, logistically speaking, it's north of Charlotte, essentially. Kind of north to slightly northwest of Charlotte, okay? Lake Norman, North Carolina got one of these letters posted on her door that she was identified as a Trump supporter, same letter. Okay, so this is happening all over the country is what I'm trying to tell you. Apparently they plan to burn down her house too, a little too close to home. I'm going to just try to blow through this. Donating to Trump. Left Wing creates a website with maps, names, and addresses of Trump donors for violent... This is more confirmation. This is from Hal Turner. The left has created a searchable database with Trump donors, with maps, names, and addresses, so left-wingers can take action against these Trump supporters. I search my neighborhood, and my name and address is shown. And this is Hal Turner talking. Entering my address into their search returns this. He shows the map. I posted the map here in the PDF. You can see for yourself. Navigating closer to my neighborhood shows 2 pins, and clicking one of them gets this, which is me. And it says Harold Turner. His address, whatever, 1906 Patterson Plank Road, North Bergen, New Jersey, shows how many donations he's made to Trump and the amount of the donation. He made one donation for $40 on June 19th, 2016. They know that much about you, and this is all public knowledge for Antifa and Black Lives Matter. I'm a watchman. This is what I do, okay? And if you listen, probably if you're my listener, you're not donating to Trump, or you weren't, or maybe you did at the time. I don't know. But you might have friends that have done that, and they need to know this information, okay? And they need to have this heads up because they may not be aware. You can show them this PDF, the part of this PDF, or even print it out or whatever. Here's a direct link to the originating website so you can look at your neighborhood and maybe see if you are on there. It says click here. It appears, yeah, Donald Trump watch. Oh my word. Crazy stuff, man. Again, could you imagine if the Republicans or the conservatives had a site like this, that where we would identify the Antifa, Black Lives Matter, all the lib devils? Can you imagine that the public outcry would never ending? It appears this is based off a 2016 campaign from Federal Election Commission FEC reports, which are all public information. But here's the thing: the FEC gives names and towns, but not addresses. The FEC, does in fact have addresses, but it does not give them out publicly. So how did these devils get this information? Well, who knows? No matter, now that I know they intend to use this info on an attack against me, I did what every red-blooded American man would do. I donated more to Trump again. Oh, Hal, golf clap, dude. You are the man. You know it all, Hal. You really do. This is why I tell no one to follow Hal Turner at all, okay? And, if you can verify the information, great, but don't blindly believe everything he puts out either. But I cannot believe what he's saying here. Anyway, he says, this time I donated more than before. If the snowflakes of the left don't like it, try doing something about it. Aren't you a big man, Hal? And what if they come by with a Molotov cocktail and lob a few of those onto your house, Hal? What are you going to do, big man, as your house is burning down? And they did it in the middle of the night and you weren't locked and loaded waiting at the window. What are you going to do, Hal? Tough guy? I mean, he's got a lot of perverted ads on his site. He says he's a Christian, but man alive, he doesn't act like one. I'm sorry, and I don't want to be judgmental, but man. Anyway, and then he literally relists his address. 1906 Patterson Plank Road, North Bergen, New Jersey. He even gives his everything, the whole 9 yards. Well, the Bible says in Proverbs 22:3, a prudent man foreseeth the evil, foreseeing a little evil here, and hideth himself. But Hal knows better. He's going to put himself out there. Come on, big man, bring it on. I'm Hal Turner. Guy just had another heart attack again. He's laid up on his back, but he wants to go to war. Okay. We'd like to welcome you back to part 2 of our emergency freedom alert for October 26th, 2020. Next couple reports, just to kind of, I just like to do this from time to time, just kind of validate regarding Trump's history, his associations from the past, and these types of things. This is proof Donald Trump has been owned and controlled by the Rothschilds for more than decades. Now, the Rothschilds are the top Illuminati family, have been for, I believe, hundreds of years at this point. They are a Kabbalistic, Synagogue of Satan, Jewish, high-level Illuminati family that, in particular, owns and has owned Trump for decades. From this report we're reading, and I give all the links to, I'm just giving you like little sections of these different reports. Knowledge regarding Trump is well known in TV and Hollywood and across New York City, started back in late 1970s. Everyone knew Trump was all mobbed up, meaning in with a mob, with Italian and the Jewish mob families. The entire film and TV industry has been controlled since the talkies and the radio by the British Rothschilds, crime mob. Of course, they also run the CIA and the FBI. They keep a much lower profile, but they are right there nonetheless. On October 30th of 1978, it was reported that the principal investors of Resorts International were Meyer Lansky, which is a high-level Jewish mob boss, Tibor Rosenbaum, William Mellon Hitchcock, David Rockefeller, and Baron Edmund de Rothschild. Most, I think, they might all be of Synagogue of Satan Jewish bloodlines. I'm not sure about William Mellon Hiccup, but all the others are. And again, this isn't about me condemning all Jews. This is about me condemning Synagogue of Satan, really, really bad guy Jews. Okay. In 1987, Donald Trump purchased 93% of Resorts International, a CIA front founded by Rothschild agents Alan Dulles and David Rockefeller as a Mary Carter paint company in the 1950s. A year later, Trump bought the Atlantic City Taj Mahal Casino from Resorts International. They began buying up other properties on the Atlantic Boardwalk. Soon Trump was tapped out and couldn't make his debt payments. Enter Wilbur Ross, billionaire bond trader, portrayed by the Illuminati financial media as an independent investor. In fact, in 1992, Roth was heading the Rothschild Inc. bankruptcy's advising team, which represented bondholders who were threatening to foreclose on Donald Trump's house of cards. Note that, but even before this, Trump in 1978 was laundering opium drug money for the Rothschilds through his casinos, with Ross as the Rothschilds' manager. Ross knew Trump had the ability to sway masses of people, something not missed by his bosses at Rothschild. So he struck a sweetheart bankruptcy deal for Trump, where he would relinquish a 50% stake in his Atlantic City, New Jersey Taj Mahal Casino in return for better debt terms and a presidency to be named later. So evidently it was known all the way back in 1978 Trump was going to be president someday. I mean, if everything worked out. Rothschild and their City of London partners in crime not only got a continued East Coast money laundering center in Atlantic City through Trump, now they had their straw man Trump right where they wanted him. Remember, Trump and his father have been dealing with the mafia for almost 100 years in New York and New Jersey, so they felt comfortable with the big-time Rothschild mob. Later, Ross partnered with Jared Kushner and his criminal father in buying commercial properties in New York through Invesco. Jared married Trump's daughter, Ivanka, who prior to that point had been dating Lord Jacob Rothschild's son, Nate. Did you know that? Ivanka was previously dating Lord Jacob Rothschild's son. Ross got behind Trump's candidacy, and then Trump boldly named Ross his U.S. Commerce Secretary. It's just pure evil. Wilbur Ross has been, since the 1970s, a criminal agent of the Rothschilds crime mob, and he managed Trump as they used his casinos to launder Rothschild mob drug money. Now he has full access to the White House and the president because, Trump advised him. Trump's advisor. He's the Commerce Secretary, Wilbur Ross. Guy looks like he's just totally pure evil. By 1916, the entire DNC is owned by the Rothschild crime mob, and they rigged the primary elections for Hillary, who was their first choice for president, with Lindy Rothschild endorsing her. But Hillary had far too much uncovered dirty laundry to be president. Now, notice here, Rothschilds are controlling both sides. They're controlling Hillary and they're controlling Trump, okay? But they're saying Hillary had far too much dirty laundry to be president, which, I understand that. So surprise, Trump magically wins against all odds. The Rothschilds mob City of London criminals owns all the horses in the elections. Remember, the parties and the media are just the soap operas to drain our energies and divide and conquer Americans. Like 9/11, the Rothschilds had the election in the bag all the time. And that's what I mean about this election. It's predetermined, guys. Okay, and it has been for a long, long time preceding elections. Now, I'm not saying every state and local election is all rigged, but the potential's there. It is time for Americans to unite, drop the cowardly lion routine, and cut the head off the snake. The inner circle is around a dozen criminals, and if eliminated, could provide some short-term relief. But the entire cabal is in the thousands, covering university think tanks as well as government think tanks and a criminal corporate class that it must also be rooted out to save humanity. Once the awareness is there, the mob's members are easily dealt with in a manner of our choosing. The presidential election flipping of 2016 proves no one can reach the Oval Office without the Rothschilds' blessings. The Rothschild mob made the elections a scam with their media controlling TV appearances, campaign managers, trainers, coaches, peroxide panelists, and stage-managed off-the-peg questions and answers. For a full breakdown of this, there's a link that I provide you. It's called Meet President Swamp, the Rothschild's personal banker. And there's 2 different links there you can click on. Then there's this. Oh, and before I go any further, I went to that DonaldTrump.watch website and just keyed in an address, or really not even an address, it's just a road and a thing kind of near where I'm at. And yeah, it all came up. Every single Trump donor, what they gave, when they gave it, how many donations they've given in their, I guess, in their home address. Unbelievable. But it's true, it's valid. The thing is legit. Horribly. This next thing is going to segue from the last that we just covered on Trump, and it says, don't blame, here. Okay, I titled it, for those that believe Trump is sent by God, listen up. Trump is totally surrounded and owned by Christian-hating, Kabbalah-loving, synagogue of Satan, Zionist Jews. Okay, now these are the bad, horrible Jews that, Jesus rebuked in the Bible, that type of thing. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. Now, this is a little bit kind of monotonous, but I'm going to do it for effect because I think it's good for us to know how much he has surrounded himself with these Kabbalah-loving Zionist synagogue of Satan Jews. Okay. This is unbelievable. The Jewish elite don't fear Donald Trump. They love him. They support him. They own him. I've been saying this for a long time.
Michael Aboud, Communications Coordinator, Donald J. Trump for President, Sephardic Jew. Paul Eschleitner, Chairman, Supervisory Board, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump's largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. Miriam Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Sheldon Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Paul Atkins, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Brian Ballard, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Elliot Broidy, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee.
They're showing pictures of these people in the background as well.
Ashkenazi Jew. Safra Katz, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Cohen, Executive Vice President and Special Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Gary Cohn, Director, United States National Economic Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Delos Cosgrove, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Gil Deser, President, Trump Desert Development, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Deser, Founder, Trump Desert Development, Ashkenazi Jew. Louis Eisenberg, Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Co-Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Boris Epstein, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Feinberg, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Fink, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Fishman, Chairman, Ladder Capital, Donald Trump's second largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. David Friedman, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, United States Ambassador to Israel, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Fox, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Garten, Executive Vice President and General Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Bruce Gelb, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Glassner, Deputy Campaign Manager and National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Thomas Hicks, Sr., Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Carl Icahn, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor to the President for Regulatory Reform, Ashkenazi Jew. Gail Icahn, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Eager, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Travis Kalanick, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Calico, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Jared Kushner, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Yael Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Orthodox Jewish convert. Bennett LeBeau, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lesser, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Lieberman, Executive Vice President of Management and Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Howard Lorber, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. David Malpass, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Douglas Manchester, Donor, Make America Great Again.
That guy does not look human. I mean, he looks like a full-on reptilian that's in a barely shape-shifted form. I mean, he looks wicked. Of course, so many of these do.
Nazi Jew. Bernard Marcus, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Rebecca Mercer, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Mercer, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Amanda Miller, Vice President of Marketing, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Eli Miller, Chief Operating Officer, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Miller, Senior Communications Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Communications Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Communications Director and Assistant to the President, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Miller, National Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, National Policy Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Senior Advisor to the President for Policy, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Mnuchin, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, National Finance Chairman, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Secretary, United States Department of Treasury, Ashkenazi Jew. Elon Musk, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Nunberg, Former Policy Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. David Orwitz, Senior Vice President of Acquisitions and Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jeffrey Palmer, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. John Paulson, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Laura Perlmutter, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Puzder, Secretary, United States Department of Labor, Ashkenazi Jew. Stuart Rauer, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Roberts, Vice Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, Ashkenazi Jew. George Ross, Executive Vice President and Senior Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Wilbur Ross Jr., billionaire investor and former Senior Managing Director of Rothschilds Incorporated for 25 years, Secretary of Commerce, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Secretary, United States Department of Commerce, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Roth, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Keith Schiller, Director of Security, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Schwartzman, Chairman, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Melvin Sembler, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Yaakov Shahem, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Short, Senior Advisor to Vice President-elect, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Thiel, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lara Trump, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Vanessa Trump, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Kevin Warsh, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Weinberger, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Weiser, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Weiss, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Weisselberg, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Weitzner, Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Witkoff, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Wynn, Financial Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lefrak, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Yergin, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. So now you can see how absurd the notion that the Jewish-owned media really hates Donald Trump, when they actually love him. Take CNN, for example, all Jewish-owned and run. The major shareholder for CNN is Aviv Nevo, an Israeli billionaire venture capitalist. Head of CNN is Zionist Jeff Zucker, along with the many Zionist Jew propagandists such as Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer, Larry King, and many more. But you get the point. The reason the media has been quote-unquote against Donald Trump is because that was the Zionist script that has been written.
Yes.
This glaring contradiction is how you can see through this elaborate charade and deception of Trump, the so-called anti-establishment figure. Now you know when you see him call out CNN or any other mainstream media outlet, it is a ruse and nothing more than Zionist scripted entertainment and distraction for a dumbed-down and ignorant populace. The bottom line is, you cannot be anti-establishment, anti-globalist, and be pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. This is the real truth. And until we see otherwise, nothing will ever change.
It is time to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. Her papers went out to all her friends at the banks, Goldman Sachs, and everybody else.
President-elect Donald Trump turned to former Goldman Sachs banker and movie financier Steve Mnuchin to be the next Treasury Secretary.
We're working on the economic plan and the transition, making sure we get the biggest tax bill passed.
So he's accusing Hillary of using Goldman Sachs. And he himself has Stephen Mnuchin with Goldman Sachs. And it's just all one big, corrupt, wicked system that where all parties are pretty much guilty.
53-year-old was Trump's campaign finance chief, building a network of donors to support Mr. Trump's general election campaign. Mr. Mnuchin has strong ties to Wall Street.
He's also, he's an Ashkenazi Jew or one of those. He was one of them mentioned.
17-year career at Goldman Sachs, where he pioneered block trading, the selling of big chunks of shares at once. Mr. Mnuchin was born to a Jewish family in 1962, and his father also worked at Goldman Sachs.
It's official. President-elect Donald Trump has picked Gary Cohn to head the National Economic Council. Gary Cohn's also going to be an assistant to the president for economic policy. If you've been watching CNBC, you already knew
He's also of Goldman Sachs.
because we've been reporting this for what feels like days, but now it is. We will miss Gary at Goldman Sachs, but I believe the American people and the president-elect are fortunate that he has chosen to serve his country. I am confident
This is by the CEO Blankfein, which is a Jewish name as well.
Gary will bring his many talents and expertise to the White House and will do his part to make our economy stronger for all Americans. That coming from Lloyd Blankfein, the CEO of Goldman Sachs. It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Which was a total lie.
I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it, and I hate to say it, but if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation.
Everything he just said is absolutely false.
And they act like they're enemies when they were good buddies before. They vacationed together. At the same time, Trump was good buddies, arm in arm, in partying with Jeffrey Epstein, okay, the convicted pedophile child molester. Trump participated in those same things Epstein did. There's girls that have come out and said Trump was in the room. He participated in the molesting with Alan Dershowitz, Trump's attorney, Epstein's attorney, another Synagogue of Satan, Zionist devil Jew. Now, I'm not condemning all Jews, I'm saying, but in this case, they are that. They are, and I'm not going to apologize for that. And, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, another Synagogue of Satan, Zionist Jew, Mossad agent, Ghislaine Maxwell, same thing. Okay. That's the circles Trump has run with for decades and decades. And he partied and was seen at that same exact time with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. They were good buddies. So all of this is just theater. She knows that when he says that to her, he's not going to hire a whatever to investigate her unless that's what his handlers, the Rothschilds, tell him to do.
Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely.
Are you going to ask for a special prosecutor to investigate Hillary Clinton over her emails?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to think about it. She did some bad things. I mean, she did some bad
a
things.
special prosecutor?
I don't want to hurt them. I don't want to hurt them. They're good people. Hillary Clinton.
Good people.
Commonly referred to as Crooked Hillary. She's crooked as a $3 bill. She's married to an abuser, a woman claimed rape, and all sorts of things.
Like he hasn't raped multiple people, including little children.
I mean, horrible things. She should be in prison. She's the queen of corruption.
So should you.
She's a disaster. She's a dangerous liar. She's the devil.
Remember, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. He says one thing one minute, and then the next minute he's praising Hillary Clinton. You know, because he's a devil. He's a pathological, narcissistic, demon-possessed liar. Okay? That's who we're dealing with. And I just love this video because it just so clearly shows his unbelievable rank hypocrisy.
Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years.
Yeah.
I live in New York.
Vacation with her.
She lives in New York, and I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot. And I think she really works hard, and I think she, again,
works hard at killing little children and, you know, annihilating everything that she comes in contact with.
given an agenda. It's not all of her, but I think she really works hard, and I think she does a good job. I just like her.
This is on Fox News.
Her, and I like her husband. Would you be looking at the record of Hillary Clinton, and how did she do as Secretary of State? Probably above and beyond everybody else and everything else.
Oh, he's such a devil. He's such a devil. So anyway, I just wanted to play that. So again, I like doing things like that because it kind of grounds you back to reality, because it's so easy to get on the Trump train, you know, but it's also easy to get back to reality when you see a little bit of truth like this put in front of you. Now, this, here's what I'm going to do. A couple of my other listeners were talking about doing a live stream I guess it's in 5 days. And they're scheduling it for, I guess, October 31st, Halloween. And they're scheduling it, I guess, for 10 p.m. It's going to go live in 5 days. And I don't know. It says 5 days is 2 days before. That's October 29th, which would be the Thursday. So I'm not sure why it says October 31st and then it says live in 5 days. I think that because we had talked about, I think, doing it in conjunction with the fast on Thursday. So I'm not 100% sure about that. Anyway, I'm going to put this up, and I'm going to put this near the start of the PDF. Okay? And I'm going to give you a link to this website, and it's a prayer against wickedness surrounding Halloween. One thing about it is I have no clue why it says October 31st, because it says 5 days and that would be Thursday, which would be better because you want to do this. You don't want to wait until the night of Halloween to start praying. You want to do it ahead of time. So I'll try to get that figured out. In the meantime, the link will still be good. I'm going to go ahead and post this link in the PDF for this date and also for the next newsletter that I'll put out. And that's just one more thing, one more research source from two trusted longtime listeners regarding the prayer against this, and then combining it with fasting, and so I wanted to get that out there to you. Okay, so I added this in, and what I did is I just changed the date to October 29th, which would correspond to 5 days. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends where they're basing the 5 days from. Anyway, I'm gonna just put that in there for now, and if there's a correction on that, I'll make the correction in the next newsletter. But regardless, you can click on this link, and the link is going to ultimately get updated. And if you're, I don't know, you can be notified for it, I guess, if like you're logged onto YouTube or whatever, because right now it says there's like one waiting. They just posted this. So anyway, I just want to mention that as well. And I put what I did is I put it in its own little separate section it's going to be on page probably 9 of the PDF, and it's entitled Prayer Against Wickedness Surrounding Halloween. So one way or another, I think it's either Thursday or Friday. Okay. At 10 p.m. it looks like. So, it's kind of cool. We've never done anything like this before, and I've had some fasts before, but I feel like I've got a lot more. I don't know. I just feel like a lot more people are on the same page with the fasting right now, and I don't know. It's just I feel really good about this whole thing because you can't really go wrong with prayer and fasting. Okay, now let's go further. World leaders are planning new lockdowns to introduce the World Debt Reset Program, which includes universal basic income and vaccine requirements. Now, we're shifting gears, and what we're talking about here is something that I talked about some last week, okay? And if you remember last week when I mentioned this, I said Mike Adams just came out with a report confirming this material. Now, I'm going to go ahead and read this. It's a little bit redundant from last week, but there's some new things in here. And he's also come to the same conclusion regarding this. World leaders are preparing for a second and third wave of COVID-19 cases and are fine-tuning their lockdown strategies, which will be implemented, if they have their way, late in 2020 and into 2021. And I think that depends what country you're in, what state you're in, what kind of governor you've got. I think there's a lot of variables. Okay. Their planning involves the development of a new world economy, one that involves medical fascism as a permanent way of life. A Canadian whistleblower came forward with the plans. The whistleblower is on the Liberal Party of Canada's Strategic Planning Committee, which operates under the direction of Canada's Office of Prime Minister, or PMO. The historic lockdowns have engineered mass poverty and will continue to weaken people financially. That will weaken people's financial and food security, making them more vulnerable and eventually making them more desperate to accept the new world economy and its bodily requirements. The new world economy includes the introduction of a digital currency, a universal basic income, because there won't be any jobs, or there'll be, thousands and thousands fewer jobs, hundreds of thousands fewer jobs. vaccine requirements for travel, and also the World Debt Reset Program. A continuous cycle of lockdowns into 2021 will eventually lead to an international economic collapse. Governments worldwide will offer citizens an alluring way out by promising to eliminate all personal debts, mortgages, loans, credit cards, etc. In the US, this idea has already been implemented in 2020 through the Paycheck Protection Program, or the PPP, a guaranteed loan program that forgives the debt if the borrower follows specific instructions. Under an impending economic collapse, any and all loans will be forgiven if the citizen agrees to participate in the World Debt Reset Program, funded by the International Monetary Fund, which is basically essentially owned by the Illuminati, by the Rothschilds. Okay, and they're the ones that all the money that they're also the ones that controls the IRS. I got into this last study. So, in order to get all debts forgiven, citizens will have to forfeit ownership of any and all private property except a universal basic income and enroll in the COVID-19 and COVID-21 vaccine schedules. Okay. And again, if you do that, you will be a cyborgian human 2.0, having their DNA totally rewritten by the messenger RNA vaccines and all the nanotechnology that will be updated through the 5G. And anytime you're even in close proximity to somebody with a smartphone, you will actually get updates to all that nanotech, nanorobots inside your body, even if you got rid of your smartphone. We're going to look at that in a video coming up here. I mean, this information is just, it's so blockbuster and insane. But all I'm getting is more confirmation every single week that we're on the right track as far as what their plans are and what they're really openly stating they're going to implement if you actually will dig for the information. As the rolling lockdowns and economic sanctions commence, citizens will be permitted all their previous freedoms to travel and gather in stadiums and public venues as long as they provide an ID showing they were inoculated with all the mandated COVID-19 and COVID-21 vaccinations. Now, you won't be fully human anymore, but hey, in Canada, detainment camps are being installed in the provinces and territories to coerce people to comply with the new plans. The Canadian whistleblower revealed that this vaccine ID will be referred to in Canada as the Canada's Health Pass. The whistleblower, and Ireland's starting the Health Pass too. We're going to look at that as well. The whistleblower warns that world leaders in Australia, the US, UK, and Canada, and New Zealand will push for complete and total secondary lockdowns, much stricter than the first and second rolling phases that we're in right now. The new lockdowns will be pushed in November of 2020 through January of 2021. Now, I would think they would want to wait until after the election to really get into that so they don't muddy the waters too much prior to the election. I would think Trump would want to back off on that right now as to not maybe... now, I understand it's all rigged and everything, but just to not muddy the waters too much, you know. And again, that's if Trump gets in. I'm not saying it's a 100% lock. It's just my opinion from what I'm seeing. I'm pretty sure he's doing such a good job for Satan. Why would they want to get somebody in there? I just heard that possibly Biden might have had probably another stroke and that he's, just about out of commission. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but, he's a husk of a shell of a whatever he is, and he could barely even, put two sentences together. So they really couldn't have run a weaker candidate if they tried against him. But anyway, let's see here. These new lockdowns will be pushed in November of 2020 through January of 2021 by hyping up COVID-19 testing and the case counts. And they're already doing this. Okay, and I'm going to get into that in a second. The upcoming lockdown plans are congruent with the Great Reset plan. Now, the Great Reset, just think bringing us out of the old world order fully into the new world order. From the age of, truly from the age of Pisces, which, into the age of Aquarius. Okay, so that's what I really line up this Great Reset with. Doing away with, paper currencies, bringing about a digital dollar that will probably, eventually morph into some type of one world currency under Antichrist and false prophet. So These are congruent with the Great Reset plan outlined by the World Economic Forum and Event 201, both funded and pushed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which seeks worldwide compliance with vaccine experiments and genetic modification of all humans. The Prime Minister's National COVID-19 Advisory Commission, established in lockstep in March 2020, is now advising and pushing the Canadian PMO and the Department of Prime Ministers and Cabinet in Canberra to carry out these totalitarian plans. The whistleblower said at least 30% of the committee members strongly oppose these plans, but their voices are being drowned out. It is being made very clear that nothing will stop the plan outcomes, said the whistleblower. The Canada's Office of Prime Minister has laid out the plan, which includes a secondary lockdown by December of 2020. Now, guys, that's only, if you just, okay, let's assume we're at the end of October. We're not quite there yet, okay? But November, December. Okay, so that's why I'm saying the things that are being projected in the aggressive time frame is just, it's mind-boggling. Now, whether it works out that way, I can't say for sure. But this is what, their plans are, evidently. This will implement restrictions on a rolling basis, beginning with major metropolitan areas and expand outward. The media will project that here now. This is very important. The media, the lying, lamestream, prostitute, demon-possessed, Rothschild-controlled media will project that daily COVID-19 cases exceed testing capacity and must be curbed using a complete and total secondary lockdown with mandatory mask use. I would add in there. Much stricter than the first and second rolling phases. So see, what they do, one of the tactics of Satan is, he just say he beats you up for a couple rounds and, and then he lets up for a little bit. And then he comes back, twice or three times as worse. And you think, oh, wow, I finally got a reprieve. I've heard a lot of people say, oh, man, I can't wait until 2020 is over. I'm like, you don't even know if they have their way what's coming. I mean, unless there was massive prayer, fasting, and pushback from the masses, and an awakening, I really believe, of the body of Christ, because that's what would move mountains. I don't see this going in an opposite direction. Now, we are going to be praying and fasting about this, and you never know what the Lord may do. I think he's pushed back Satan's timetable many, many times in the past. I think that's why this ministry was created in part. I think that's why I did the avian flu presentation back in 2006, for that very reason. But again, are we to that point where, it's finally going to proceed forward, though? I mean, and it has been proceeding forward, but I'm talking about the really big earth-shattering stuff that they've planned for America. Now, let's go forward here. The media will project that daily COVID-19 cases exceed testing capacity and must be curbed using complete and total secondary lockdowns, much stricter than the first and second phase. My comment, now, we are already seeing this in America, already. This is, I entitled this part, Prepping Us for the Takeover. Right on cue, the top line headlines on Drudge Read. Okay, this was yesterday. COVID's worst day. People are dying, and they're going to keep dying and catching this stuff. How many people won't wear a mask? The same people that won't get vaccinated for it. That was a quote from one of their experts. So see, it's about getting you in a mask, complying, being a good little brown shirt, doing what you're told. Now, I'm not coming down on people wearing masks. I'm just saying it's about compliance. It's about getting us to do something that's totally unnecessary, totally actually contradictory to health. You're breathing in the petrochemicals from those chemical-laden masks. You're immediately violating OSHA standards as soon as you put a mask on, because you're breathing in your own carbon dioxide at a dangerous rate. And we've shown you all the videos, or many of the videos, where they'll put the little oxygen meters up there, and it immediately when they put a mask on, it's dangerous. Okay, and that's just a couple things that are horrible about the mask. So, then the next top headline from Judge was COVID-19 deaths could hit 500,000 by February. This is from Reuters. The U.S. death toll from COVID could surpass 500,000. Corpses everywhere, littering the streets everywhere. I don't know. I see them everywhere I go now. Unless nearly all Americans wear face masks. That's what they're saying is causing it. Because you're not being compliant with the face masks enough. We could have 500,000 scamdemic deaths by February. And it's going to be on your hands if you don't wear a face mask. Researchers said this on Friday as 14 states set new records for one-day increases in infections. Then we are heading into a very substantial fall and winter surge, says IHME Director Chris Murray, who co-led the fake line scamdemic research. Serving Satan well, I might add. Then it goes on to say the number of possible deaths could drop by 130,000 people if 95% of Americans would just cover their faces. Do as you're told. Do as you're told, sheep boy. We don't like non-conform. No, you do as you're told. You don't care about all these people dropping dead on the streets. You're not wearing your mask. How dare you? What kind of animal or savage are you? All lies from the pit of hell. All lies. All lies. I still hand out my sheet on the COVID-19, my COVID-19 fact sheet, and it emphasizes the mask wearing at the heart of it because a lot of this starts with the mask wearing. If they can get you into the masks, then they've got you into the system. But our own U.S. Surgeon General said face masks increase virus risk, and he said that back on March 31st, 2020. Our Surgeon General Jerome Adams doubled down on his advice against healthy people wearing face masks to protect themselves from coronavirus, saying that wearing one improperly, which everybody does, can actually increase your risk of getting the disease, even though, at this point they're not even checking for that on the PCR test. And medical students wearing surgical masks touch their faces on average 23 times. We know a major way that you can get a respiratory disease like coronavirus is by touching a surface and then touching your face, which is what you tend to do when you're wearing one of these stupid masks. American Medical Association, face masks do not protect the wearer from transmission by others. It says it right on the boxes of the surgical face masks. They don't protect the coronavirus. Any kind of virus like that is far too small for a mask like that to filter it out. Far too. Okay, it's like trying to keep mosquitoes off your property by putting up a chain link fence. Okay, face masks also restrict the elimination of the virus, recirculating the virus into the nasal and sinus cavities in the upper respiratory passages. By wearing a mask, the exhaled virus will not be able to escape and will concentrate in the nasal passages, entering the olfactory nerves and travel into the brain. Who said that? Russell Blaylock, MD, who is a top prominent retired neurosurgeon. And then constantly wearing a face mask causes you to breathe your own carbon dioxide at a far higher rate than if you were not wearing a mask. This eventually will cause respiratory acidosis. Respiratory acidosis is a condition that occurs when the lungs cannot remove enough of the carbon dioxide produced in the body. Initial signs of respiratory acidosis include headache, anxiety, blurred vision, restlessness, confusion. And it's a form of stress that will cause your body to secrete higher levels of cortisol, which will also weaken your immune system. See, they want you in the mask so your immune system will be weakened. Okay? That's why, at least it's part of the reason. Also, virus particles like COVID-19 are far too small to be filtered out by the standard face masks. I've already went over that. And then, when wearing a synthetic mask, the person is filtering the air through a synthetic material that outgasses the petrochemically derived constituents that most are made of. The masked individual is then breathing in those aerosolized toxic chemicals. Many of the sickest COVID patients have various respiratory illnesses and or chemical sensitivities, so putting a mask on them is the worst thing you can be done. I print this one-page sheet out, COVID-19 fact sheet, and I give it out where I go. If you need that, just email me. I'll send it to you. I put it out before, but I've also kind of, I think, improved upon it, and it's a little more updated right now as well. So, isn't it funny how they're so focusing in on right now is that everybody wearing the masks. Yes, if we don't wear the mask, the deaths are going to surpass 500,000. Okay. And the number of possible deaths could drop by 130,000 if 95% of Americans would just stinking cover their faces. The IMHE said, echoing a recommendation by Satanist and Synagogue of Satan, Zionist Devil Jew Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. And then U.S. Secretary Alex Azar attributed the increase in cases nationwide to the behavior of individuals, saying household gatherings have become a major vector of disease. Now, what does that mean? What are they not so subtly saying there? Well, they're saying this means they're telling you you're going to have to wear your mask inside and outside your home. Because if it's household gatherings, which are the main vector, that means you're wearing them inside and out. Now, I've already reported on that, where they've tried to pull that off in some cities across the nation, and then to try to get your neighbors to turn you in. So you might, if you're in any kind of area like that, I'd have window coverings so people can't just see into your house. I'd do that anyway. Okay, and then the next headline that was there said that the next of the top 3 Drudge Report headlines. The third one said, Fauci says we need a federal mask mandate. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Satan himself said we need a federal mask mandate. He has said that before. Well, he said before that he doesn't think a federal law would be the way to go until now. Now he's stating, well, if people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating it. Fauci told CNN's Aaron Burnett Friday. Mask mandates may be tricky to enforce, yeah, but it might be time to call for them, Fauci said. There's going to be difficulty enforcing it, but if everybody agrees that this is something that's important, and then they mandate it, and then everybody pulls together and says, we're going to mandate it, let's just do it, I think that would be a great idea to have everybody do it uniformly. What is everybody? You're never going to get everybody saying it's a great. You mean like all the police and all the federal authorities and all the people in government that would maybe, want to enforce that? I think that's who he's talking about. As cooler weather comes, people need to double down on measures that work, Fauci said. Universal mask wearing is one. So I'm telling you, this is what they're already saying. It's what they're already. They can't stand the fact that not enough people are wearing masks. The unemployment, and then I'm going back to this report that I was reading from. The unemployment program will be configured into a universal basic income program by the end of Q1 in 2021. Now remember, that was the plans for Canada. And that's if everything went perfectly. So, as vaccines are rolled out, all viral shedding, mutations, and vaccine injuries will be blamed on the third wave. Now, this is another reason they want to bring out the vaccine, because they know that people are going to be dropping dead. They're going to be having all kind of horrific side effects, and there's going to be all kind of viral shedding and all this other garbage that goes along with it. And that will be blamed on the third wave, which includes a higher mortality rate and a higher rate of infection. And I really believe whatever they're going to put in the vaccine is going to probably be a much, much harsher vector of infection. That whereas the COVID-19 that they released in Wuhan, and yes, I do believe that was the case. I just think it was a combination of that and the 5G kill grid that they had established there. I just believe that mutated the body. We're fearfully and wonderfully made. There was probably a lot of prayer going up. Now, Lord knows, I think my listeners were praying about it, and I was. And it mutated, and it became very much a non-issue. But see, they had already pushed all their chips in on this. And then they had to just continue to perpetuate the lie after it got out of Wuhan, and had to start saying that it was this big thing, which it never actually was, outside of Wuhan, where you had that 5G kill grid. Okay, so, but if they can actually get that vaccine in your body, that's going to be a kill shot. It's going to be a long, slow kill shot. But they're going to blame every single death reinfection, every single thing, they're going to blame that on the third wave, and they're going to blame that on the unvaccinated. That's what they always do with this garbage. So then there'll be even more pressure put upon the masses to get the vaccines because, it's the non-compliant that are causing all this. Going back to this report, it says anyone who does not agree to the vaccines will be stripped of their right to travel freely. And now this isn't, I don't believe this is going to happen initially, but eventually, most likely, and will either be detained in isolation centers or monitored on home arrest until they agree to comply. During this time, medical facilities will reach peak capacity, probably, but from all the vaccine injuries. And the government will enhance lockdown restrictions. That's why it's so important. That's another reason it's so important to get us all vaccinated, because they know that truly will overwhelm the hospitals. Okay? All this garbage and lies about the hospitals being overwhelmed, all that. Well, what if that goes away? What if they introduce the vaccines and then it really does overwhelm the hospitals? I could totally see that happening, 100%. And it will be, as far as the hospitals being overwhelmed, that will be legit. It will be. But it'll be totally from the vaccines. And the mask wearing, and I don't know if they're implanting people when they're doing the testing. Only God knows what they're doing there. Accessing the cribriform plate, which is direct access into the brain. Anyone who does not agree with the vaccines will be stripped of their right to travel freely and will either be detained in isolation centers or monitored on home arrest until they agree to comply. During this time, medical facilities will reach peak capacity, and the government will enhance lockdown restrictions, implementing third lockdown by Q2 of 2021. Large inventory shortages, supply chain breakdown, and economic instability is expected. Yeah, because who's going to be working at that point? If they bring us into this pandemonium, they're going to lock down everything. If they're already mom and pops still operating, they're going to all be gone. The only thing that will exist is the big box stores. And they're doing everything they can do to destroy the crops. Including, I even saw today, farmers are randomly getting all of their farm equipment burned down in the fields. Just saw a video of this farmer that had these big gigantic combines and stuff just burned. People going out there in the middle of Nebraska and just sabotaging them at night. They're doing that. They're going after the migrant farmers and saying, oh, you've got to be COVID, and it's scaring the migrant farmers out of here, which is what they want, because then the harvest just rots in the field. We're going to talk about that a little more later if I can get to it. So, I'm just read this last sentence again. Large inventory shortages, supply chain breakdown, and the economic instability is expected as all individuals are put on a universal basic income program to curb hunger. Not all, because not all are going to submit, but to curb hunger, homelessness, and civil unrest. Mike Adams and Dave Hodges tend to write in the most doom and gloom, like Deborah Tavares, the most doom and gloom. There is no hope. There is no God way. There is no God at all. Manner. They tend to write in those terms. So understand, this is not me speaking. God is in control. Jesus Christ is on the throne. Stay in the Word. Draw nigh unto Him. He'll draw nigh unto you. Prayer and fasting. Our hope is in Jesus Christ. Worst case scenario, absent from the bodies to be present with the Lord. So anyway, I just want to throw that in there. By Q3, governments are expected to deploy military personnel to major metropolitan areas and roadways to create travel checkpoints. These tactics have already been tested out in 2020. Everyone who is dependent on these systems will be forced onto the Health Pass vaccination schedule. Anyone who disagrees will be deemed a public health threat and the enemy of the state. The whistleblower said the dissenters will not be tolerated. Essentially, we were told it was our duty to make sure we came up with a plan to ensure that that would never happen. Meaning having dissenters, I guess. We were told it was individuals' best interest to participate. When several committee members pushed relentlessly to get an answer, we were told that those who refused would first live under lockdown restrictions indefinitely. Those who refused to participate in the debt forgiveness program would be deemed a public safety risk and would be relocated into isolation facilities. Oh, but it's all for the better, our own good, and Don't worry. Satan would never deceive you. Once in those facilities, they would be given two options: participate in the debt forgiveness program and be released, or stay indefinitely in the isolation facility under the classification of a serious public health risk and have all their assets seized. Isn't that wonderful? Doesn't that just warm the cockles of your heart? Does me. I don't know about you guys. Anyway, next report. America complies and extreme lockdowns begin. Let's go ahead and, I think is this Richie from Boston? I think it is, yeah.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Richie from Boston. It's October 23rd in the year 2020, and the clock is ticking so loud it's ridiculous. Absolutely and utterly ridiculous. I'm in Tennessee right now, and I have never seen so many face masks in my entire life. Never. Since the beginning of this till now, I've never seen so many people complying. It's amazing. And I'm talking driving through Kentucky and seeing people in their cars wearing face masks. It's utterly
well, again, but that would coincide with any kind of gathering being the main problem in a house, which is what they were saying. Okay, so what does that mean? That means you mask up everywhere you go. I saw some pictures the other day of people swimming with them on. And all I could think is when I see all of these people, especially the ones that like would wear masks in their cars and outside, when UV light will kill bacteria and viruses and these types of things, it'll annihilate them. I mean, they use UV lights in hospitals to as a way of sanitizing surfaces, okay? And all I can think of is how many of these people are going to just totally, absolutely line up for the mark of the beast. I understand if you're wearing a mask and you don't want to wear it and you're doing it to preserve your job, and I'm talking about the people that love wearing them, that like it, that wear them in their cars and that wear them just outside and inside, and just they love their servitude. I mean, honestly, it's like an acid test for if you're going to take the mark of the beast, I think, to a certain extent.
So when I hear people talking about the Great Awakening, so many people are awakening. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. But don't know where they are. Because out in the world, everyone's doing exactly as they're told. And meanwhile...
No, not everyone. I see plenty of people in my area that don't wear masks. And North Carolina is one of the worst states as far as our governor. I pray to God this governor, in the name of Jesus Christ, is booted out of here. And, and I understand you can say right, left paradigm. I get it. But I'm telling you, this governor we got in North Carolina, he's going to make North Carolina just like Virginia. If he gets another term, it will be just like Virginia.
Meanwhile, other countries are locking down. That was the reason I said, where are the medical doctors? Why aren't they stressing two major things 24/7?
They're part of the system. I mean, they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them. They're for the most part brainwashed in that system. So I don't know what he's thinking really saying that.
As many YouTube channels as they can possibly put up. Because believe it or not, YouTube gets the most views. Period.
Yeah, but they're censoring everything off YouTube. We're gonna go over that. I don't agree, especially at this point, about just going back to that well that's called YouTube. And a lot of people have pushed all their chips into that well, and they continue to do so, even though their channels keep continuing to be taken down by YouTube. I never did that on YouTube because I knew this day was coming and I knew YouTube was wicked. So I never actually participated in that. Now, I had a lot of listeners post my videos, on YouTube, and that's great. That's wonderful. But I just didn't want to devote time and effort knowing that the material I was putting out was going to be so controversial anyway that I probably would have got kicked off of YouTube years ago.
They took down my two main channels. 430,000.
What's he expecting, though?
130,000. Boom, gone. Put up three more. Boom, 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 boom. And if I was a doctor, that's exactly what I would be doing right now.
Why? Why would you just keep bashing your head against a wall, getting no results? That's a definition of insanity. It's only going to get worse. Go to alternative platforms. Start your own website. I mean, that's what I've always had. Praise God, my own platform. That's what I wanted, where, you know, and thank God for my listener Tim, that was the one that got the website up there and everything. But not to say that they won't eventually come after mine. Okay, it's just that most likely the type of website that I have would be the last ones they could target. Whereas they could target, if you have platforms on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, those are all part of the beast system. Data mining, data gathering type of stuff. I don't gather anything off ours. I don't know anything about listener or traffic or anything like that on ours, because I'm not here to try to get your information. Okay? But all those others are CIA data mining platforms, okay? So I just inherently knew that I'm not going to devote a lot of time or effort into these, because at the end of the day, Satan put them there to ultimately data mine your information and to ultimately be able to control the narrative. And now they're just eliminating all dissent and and I'm going to get into that today later.
Stressing how none of this is real. Don't talk about hydroquinine and all this other crap, okay? Let's talk about the fact that the CDC's numbers show that this disease, this virus, has a 99.7% recovery rate.
Right.
That's what you should stick with. And the fact that face masks don't work, are actually harmful to you. I just saw a pregnant woman wearing a face mask yesterday. That breaks my heart. Do you know how many elderly people and young people and dumb people are?
So the babies, that's affecting the baby, because if you're going into respiratory acidosis from putting a face mask on, which you go into the moment you put it on, well, the baby's not getting the oxygen either. So will the baby have brain damage? Will the baby have brain damage from all the petrochemicals? Well, we know the baby's going to be affected by all the vaccines they're going to get the first day of birth, and all the other garbage they do to the baby. You know.
Afraid because of this magical virus. It's like new terrorism, man. It blows me away. And meanwhile, every day that clicks off, other countries are locking down, and the mainstream media will not shut up about civil unrest, civil war. Bloomberg ran a story this morning talking about Americans are buying more military equipment than ever before. What do you think they're getting ready for? What do you think's going to happen? Uncle Joe Biden's going to win the election so that the Trump people freak out, or what?
So he thinks, he's convinced Biden's going to win. Now, who knows? Maybe he's right. I don't know. But he's convinced that Biden's winning, and, you know, for one reason or another. I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
Something, and it's in a matter of days. We need to put the hammer down right now. And like I told you last night, there's another purge coming around on YouTube in a few more days. We'll all be gone. Brand new tube, BitChute, everything. They will clear the board.
Now, he's saying they're going to go after all the alternative media platforms. BitChute, will they do Brighteon? That's Mike Adams. NewTube, that's another one. Well, listen, if they go that route, then they'll probably just take down every single truth website out there, and then contending for truth will officially be done. Our time will have run its course, and whatever my calling is beyond that, that's when that will start. So that's a distinct possibility. Now, I know I've been saying that for a long time, that, you know, I don't know when we're going to come to our last day. Now, I don't know if what he's saying is accurate either, as far as time frames go. But if things were to go totally crazy, wild weasel, as Hawk says, let's say right after the election, and they hit that internet kill switch for the sake of protecting humanity and totally controlling the narrative, that might be the case.
It will completely and utterly clear the board. I paid $225 to go on to Vimeo, and in 3 days they took me down. 3 days. It's amazing. Never gave me my money back either, but they took me down because that's what they're going to do. That's what they are doing. A lot of people just showed up at this particular point in life and somehow think they're holding the starting gun when we're at the end of the race. Everything that's happening right now is everything we've been talking about for 10 years. This isn't new to us.
I've been talking about it for 20. I mean, that I've had my newsletter list before I was in ministry, so it's been a good, if not more than 20 years.
Saying this is the culmination of everything happening at once. And meanwhile, it keeps clicking forward. They're not missing one single solitary beat. You know what I mean? Bill and Melinda Gates have been handed the keys to the education system in New York State. And that will continue worldwide. The guy that thinks you have too much freedom, that thinks you shouldn't be allowed to go outside, etc., is given the hands to teach the children. What could possibly go wrong? You see what I'm saying? And as far as some things that I've said recently, I can back all of them up. I just don't want to, because I don't want to. Let's not muddy the water. A lot of people warned me originally about a certain person that I had on, and I didn't believe it for personal reasons. But
It's that Dr. Carrie Maj that I actually played a clip of her and him a couple weeks ago. We talked about the Dreamcatcher and how they were making all funny laughy about it. Well, he's saying she's what they call a honeypot. And like what a Mossad agent would be, where they'll put a pretty woman in to a guy and try to get her to have, sexual relations so that she can blackmail and compromise him. That's what he's saying she is. Now, he won't say what is going on there. Now, the information she was putting out, as far as what I heard, seemed to be pretty solid as far as the vaccines and the hydrogel and the luciferase and all. Now, granted, I already knew about a lot of that, but she was putting it together in a concise way. Now, whether that's actually true, I don't know. I haven't really heard anything about it. He won't say a whole lot more about it. I will say, though, that she has shifted from Richie, and now she's with Israeli News Live. And they were just at this conference that supposedly they were trying to lure him into. They were just at this Carrie Maj was at this conference talking. I believe it was in Florida. And if you go to Israeli News Live, they're on brand new tube. Yeah, and they're showing her speak. Now, I can't say, in fact, they got 2 new videos from her. Patent your DNA, and then warning COVID vaccine, imminent danger to your life. So there's a lot of landmines out there. Maybe what he's saying is true. I don't really know. But he doesn't seem to want to elaborate on this a whole lot more. So I'll just play this last part.
Me originally about a certain person that I had on, and I didn't believe it for personal reasons, but now I do. And if I have to, I can show you so you can make your own decision. People are funny. Things happen. Remember Bundy Ranch? Yeah, we didn't win. It was just a massive honeypot to get everybody's information. Not that they need to do anything like that right now, but at any rate, I can't believe how many people I've seen wearing masks. It's freaking me out. But here we go. And it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse. And they're not slowing down one bit at all.
They pushed all their chips in, like I said, and they can't push the chips out. They're all on black. And that roulette wheel, they put all their money on black to win. The black heart of Satan. And that wheel's spinning, and you can't take your bet off. It's too late. So no matter how much of a scamdemic non-issue this actually is, it doesn't matter. They're going to perpetuate the lie, and they're just going to keep perpetuating it.
Great Reset is Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, which are the same thing.
Right.
Same exact thing.
Yep.
And it's happening. And there will be an event in the next week or so. There has to be. Whether the election itself is the event.
Right.
There has to be.
Right.
That's the next step.
And could that be China and Taiwan? Who knows? It could be some geological event, earthquake, could be an invasion, could be meteors. Who knows? But I agree, probably something's going to happen. If nothing else, the election itself, from all the things that we're talking about here. Now, I'm going to try to get this video in here, and it's called Western Countries Adopting China's Red, Yellow, Green Health Pass System as Globalist Shills turn U.S. into China. Google and Oracle to track Americans who get the COVID-19 vaccine through all the nanotechnology. Yeah, that's how they're going to do it.
Died from COVID, only from COVID, even. Is that even a pandemic in Ireland? With the millions of people that are there, over 7 months, you have 1,800 people die. Is that a pandemic, really? That you're going to shut everything down? When you look at what is happening with this is what they are talking about doing in Ireland. This is the health passport, and it is modeled exactly on what we saw being put out in March and April in China. Took them about 7 months, but this is coming to all the Western countries. Video clip number 1, the Health Passport of Ireland.
Health Passport Ireland is created to protect our society and our economy. Built in Ireland by the RockU Group, the system uses the very best COVID-19 testing, combined with the latest mobile technologies. Health Passport Ireland is powered by proven and validated systems, allowing us all to take safer steps in our return.
I mean, again, do you think they're doing all this that we're hearing here, and they're going to be implementing this everywhere because they're backing off? No, they're not.
To our normal way of life.
No.
Here's how it works. With Health Passport Ireland, everyone can now be tested for COVID-19 at any time, which helps to protect you, your family, our jobs, and our economy.
Lies.
Your COVID-19 test will be performed with highly accurate serological or swab tests.
Lies.
Your test is performed...
They've never even isolated it, they say. They've openly admitted to that they've never even isolated it regarding the testing. So that's a total lie from the pit of hell.
By a medical professional. After your COVID-19 test, an authorized healthcare administrator creates your Health Passport Ireland account. Your login details,
which will be linked to your smartphone,
emailed to you immediately with a link to download your Health Passport mobile app. The authorized healthcare...
And then you'll be able to go about freely and not have to worry about, anything like any restrictions or whatever. This is how you get your life back. They're painting us all into this corner, okay? And I know this isn't the mark of the beast, but it's the closest thing that we've ever seen to something like it, though.
Administrator securely updates your COVID-19 test results in your Health Passport. Once activated, you can easily display your COVID-19 status on your mobile. Your Health Passport can be scanned if you wish, which helps protect those around us. Your COVID-19 status will efficiently display as green, amber, or red, dependent on your test results. This allows us to go about our daily activities in a safer way. We can
Well, if you're red, you better stay in your house, and they'll know exactly where you're at. And this is before the vaccine's implemented, but they'll know if you travel outside of your house, and then they'll send the police or health or whoever to make sure that you're confined wherever they say you have to be confined.
Health Passport Ireland in many ways, such as travel, hospitality, education, healthcare, construction, offices, entertainment, visits, and much, much more. Naturally, the validity of your COVID-19 test will expire over time, so an automatic reminder will be sent when it's time to be tested again.
Right.
Your status will...
And then that's the same thing with the vaccines. It'll expire in the first month, and then you got to go back and get your second one, and then you'll have the COVID-21 vaccines, which will be even more DNA defiling and Nephilim producing. I mean, you're going to basically end up being a Nephilim from these vaccines. You're going to be even worse because you're going to have the cyborgian aspect of the nanotechnology that will be updated when you're around any kind of 5G area, or even other smartphones, they're saying, will actually update your data or track you. Let's say you ditch the smartphone and you're running for your life. Well, if you get around any other kind of thing with 5G, not only that, what about all the satellites now? They're operating with 5G, bathing the earth. Okay, so I don't know if you're above ground to a certain extent, if you could even possibly avoid it.
When your test period has expired.
Oh.
Health Passport Ireland.
So you go amber when your test period's expired. So you better get in and get tested again, and get that. And it's just about getting you into full compliance with this with your Nazi satanic overlords, and doing as you're told.
Not use Bluetooth or track your
Just get that
location.
teased.
This preserves your privacy. The systems can work in harmony with existing government contact tracing apps. When a vaccine becomes available, your official
contact
vaccination
tracing
status can also be displayed within your Health Passport.
This is
What do we tell you?
This is the biggest satanic nightmare I've ever reported on ever. As far as Big Brother, Orwellian, Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, George Orwell. This is the million-pound gorilla in the room that the churches won't even touch. Nope. Just go along with other governments. Says government's always a force for good. But obey Romans 13. Do whatever they say. Defile your DNA. Don't matter. Government said to do it. Become a cyborg, human 2.0 from all the injectable nanorobots that'll be in you. You won't be fully human anymore, but you'll be in full compliance with the government, and that's all that matters, says the clergy response team and the 501c3 devil sold out churches. But see, I love you enough to tell you the truth. And this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Ever in all my years of ministry, as far as Big Brother, George Orwellian. This is as close to the mark of the beast system as we have ever seen.
Of your international travel and events you have attended. Health Passport Ireland can be linked
Full
to
control.
existing secure medical systems if required. For example, at your GP or hospital. You can visit www.healthpassportireland.ie for more information. Health Passport Ireland. Working together to protect our society and economy.
Yeah, to destroy society and their economy is what they should be saying.
Yeah, it's all for your protection. We're protecting the economy by shutting it down and killing 150,000 jobs.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're protecting your health and your freedom. It's just wonderful. We can go back to living our normal lives. And I told you this from the very beginning. It was 2 weeks ago that I showed you Boris Johnson. He says, well, I've been told that we can do this test and we could have its results in about 15 minutes or so, and then you can go about your normal business and get tested on a daily basis. And I gave you that information 2 days before the lockdown began in March. Showed you the plan. You know, the wristband and how you're going to have a daily test to do whatever you want to do. And now they've just discussed.
Does this guy know what a comb is? The guy looks like he just rolls out of bed every day and goes right to Parliament or wherever. His hair is just crazy.
They just thought of this. They just thought of this now. And the Irish people, of course, they began by saying, it's been developed in Ireland. This has not been developed in Ireland. This was developed in China.
Yeah.
I have the Associated Press article here from April the 6th this year. A green symbol on the Chinese smartphone screens allows subway travel, hotel check-in. The new health code is a tool to get the economy on its feet. Good job, guys, putting in that picture that we've been showing you for a long time. There you go. It's in Chinese or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. There you go. From China to Ireland. Oh, they're just developing this on their own. They have no influence at all from the Chinese. Right? And this was something that they put in. Obtaining a health code is simple. It's so simple. It's so easy. And if you don't do it, you're not going to do anything. And this is what they've been saying in China about the social credit score. Before this ever came, articles in The Atlantic, articles in Bloomberg. I was telling you this before Italy was locked down. I was reading you these articles. I said, look what they're going to do to us. I said, they are bragging about this in The Atlantic and Bloomberg, saying, we need to be able to, you know, this social credit score system where they controlled everything that everybody did in China. That was pretty creepy. We understand. Yeah, I don't like that. But, you know, now because they have that system, they're in a much better position to be able to handle this pandemic of the novel. And we're going to need to do something exactly like that if we're going to survive. And they were doing that before Italy was even locked in. They were already bragging about how they wanted to bring China to the U.S. And that's exactly what they were bragging about with AP. They loved this idea. Back in April the 6th, they loved this. And we were only 2 weeks into our flatten the curve thing. No masks at the time. And I told you from the very beginning, I said, these health passports, which are tied to the test, it all goes back to the tests. These tests that don't measure anything. You get a test, you get a health code, and then they're going to transition, as you just saw in that video, they're going to transition into your vaccine immunity passport. You won't travel anywhere without it. Welcome back. We're just talking about what's going on in Ireland. Oh, yeah, we developed this in Ireland. Look what we came up with. We got this thing on your smartphone after you get your test. It'll give you a green, yellow, or red. What happens with the red? Well, you go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect your $200 universal basic income check unless You jump through all the hoops, take the vaccines and so forth. Yeah, that's the other part of this that they don't talk about. What happens when you're in the red? House arrest is the very least of what is going to happen to you in the near future. But going back to April, as the AP was talking about this, green is the health code that says that the user can board a subway. You're okay. System made possible by the Chinese public's almost universal adoption of smartphones and the ruling Communist Party's embrace of big data to extend its surveillance and control over society. And what it's being, the only difference between their society and our society is that they just imposed social credits, dragnet surveillance, biometric tracking in real time. They just imposed it on everybody. Here, they have to have an excuse to get you to give up your freedom. They got to scare you to death with a novel, a dystopian novel. And so we've got to have this, as The Atlantic, as Bloomberg was saying, we need to have this in order to cope with this pandemic. You know, look at these lucky Chinese. They were already under a system of panopticon surveillance. And we need to have that here, you know, keep you alive. And so they were cheering that on at the time. But again, this is a path. It starts with the tests. They're rolling those out now, massive quantities. 150 million tests have been rolled out. That's what they have used to lock down the universities, where they've had a lot of people who've tested positive. Nobody's sick. They've had, I think, out of 75,000 cases, because, you know, they got a positive test result. They've only had 3 people even go to the hospital, no deaths in these universities, but they've used it to shut down the universities, and they're going to use it to shut down society. That's what they're going to use to create the second lockdown. And that is the tip of the spear. Then if you want to get out, you have to have your health pass. And then they're going to take it to the next level, which is a vaccine. But they're already going to monitor who the people are. As you look at this, they're already monitoring our behavior. Google mobility data suggests that Sweden's social distancing was much less than in other countries. They know that. They can look at that. They can look at your movement and your your traffic patterns, everything. They can see if people are getting together. They've been able to do that for a very long time. And so they're already putting together data like that and showing that, well, you know, it didn't really make any difference in Sweden. They didn't wear masks. They didn't do social distancing. And their sickness and death rates are no different than other countries, better than many countries, as a matter of fact. But meanwhile, this article from children'shealthdefense.org, this is the one that RFK Jr. works with, points out that Google and Oracle are already set up to monitor who is going to get the vaccine. And not only that, but to do tracking and tracing of people. And this is something that's been talked about by Moncef Slaoui in an interview with the Wall Street Journal published last Friday. He is the guy who is the vaccine czar, Operation Warp Speed czar. He's the guy who has been developing vaccines at GlaxoSmithKline. Then he moved to the Moderna company. He was on the board of directors, but he was tapped to be the vaccine czar. And if you go back and you look at these different conferences that they've had year after year, Moncef Slaoui is always up there with Francis Collins from the NIH. Usually, if Fauci is not on the dais, he is sitting there on the front row of the audience, and they usually acknowledge him. This is a tiny little group of the usual suspects, this little pharmaceutical mafia that they've got. And they're the ones who are running Operation Warp Speed, along with the Defense Department. The Defense Department. Nothing to see here, right? Nothing to be worried about. As they write on children'shealthdefense.org, last week, a rare media interview given by the Trump administration's vaccine czar offered a brief glimpse into the inner workings of the extremely secretive Operation Warp Speed, the Trump administration's public-private partnership. Whenever you see that public-private partnership, folks, that is Chinese corporate fascism writ large. That is, public-private partnership is the entire business model of China. They're not really communists. They're fascists. It's a merger. of a corrupt mafia family running this with anybody who wants to do business. It is the Biden model. This is what Hunter and Joe Biden have been doing in China. They will bring that model to the U.S., and it's quite frankly, it's already here to a large degree. We have public-private partnerships about everything, and they're public-private partnerships that are not overtly recognized. Of course, the censorship that is happening on social media, being done by Facebook, by Twitter, by Google, that is a public-private partnership. It's something that is done under the table for now. But we know exactly what this is. This is a partnership with the military-industrial complex, with the CIA and these other people who put them in power. They will openly talk, as you saw Marco Rubio say, you're going to censor for us, not for China, right? Okay, well, we'll leave you alone. You can do whatever you want to. You can even purge conservatives and Republicans. We don't care. But you do what we tell you to do when it comes to China. That's the competition that they've got going. Anyway, this public-private partnership, Operation Warp Speed, delivering COVID-19 vaccines to 300 million Americans by this coming January. And what was revealed in this rare interview should deeply unsettle all Americans, writes the Children's Health Defense.org. During an interview with the Wall Street Journal published last Friday, the captain of OWS, career Big Pharma executive Moncef Slaoui, confirmed that the millions of Americans who are set to receive the Project COVID-19 vaccine will be monitored via, quote, incredibly precise tracking systems, unquote. Mm-hmm. He said they will, quote, ensure that patients each get 2 doses of the same vaccine and to monitor them for adverse health effects, unquote. Slaoui also noted that tech giants Google and Oracle have been contracted as part of this tracking system, but did not specify their exact roles beyond helping to, quote, collect and track vaccine data. Now, let me insert something here. I reported a couple of weeks ago that Gates's vaccine organization that is pushing this and has been pushing this at these conferences and so forth. You had a representative of that, Gavi, come out and say, well, you know, most of these vaccines, and we've never seen this before, right?
And that's the one Trump's given billions of dollars to Gavi, which Bill and Melinda Gates control.
It's a characteristic of their RNA, DNA modifying characteristics that you got to get 2 shots about a month apart, 3 to 4 weeks apart. Uh-huh. And so the Gavi representative, the Gates representative, came out and said, well, you know, we're going to be doing this en masse. Problem right there. I have shown you the documents sent to me from people who are working to create these vaccination stations everywhere. Money is no object. It's just a shell. 12 by 60 feet long, $50,000. We don't care about any building codes, just the electrical. That's it. And it says on the document, phlebotomy and vaccination. So they're going to be rolling these out massively, massively. You don't think it's going to be mandated? Okay. Well, you hang on to that. We'll see who's right. I'm telling you, it's going to be mandated one way or the other. And they bragged about this. New England Journal of Medicine has bragged about it. But the representative from Gavi said, well, the people are going to be just going everywhere to get this stuff done. And so we got to have some way to track them. We got to know when they've had the first one, and we got to know when they've had the second one. I said, well, why did they have to know when I get my vaccine if it's not mandatory, right? And now we see this. Google and Oracle have already got a contract to do this, they say. And so there's been indications that they've got a contract to do this, but we can't find the contract. Is it a secret deal?
So we have that. There's a lot of confirmation in that video, and that's why I wanted to play it. And that was why it was a little bit longer clip than I would normally play. But man, a lot of confirmation. Now I'm going to just finish out this part with, because we heard a lot about Ireland, okay, in that video. This just broke. Ireland, the first vaccine batch may be ready to go within weeks. Ireland seems to be really on the spear tip of this implementation. And I got a list, in fact, I'll read that real quick. It was in my last newsletter it's online right now. And I got an email from a listener in Ireland, and he said, okay, just to let you know that the people here in the Republic of Ireland are ready we are ready to go into lockdown at 12 midnight tomorrow, Wednesday, for 6 weeks. And again, the link I posted above is Ireland to impose 6-week national lockdown. Estimates it will lose 150,000 jobs just from that. This was announced last night at 9 p.m. People here, in other words, they just sprang it on them satanically. People here are very angry. Most people are not believing the lie and are asking a lot of questions, especially about schools and colleges being allowed to stay open. Football and other professional sports events can continue. Horse racing can continue, which is crazy. Construction trade continues with large groups of builders allowed to work and travel together, which is also non-essential. We have police, Guardia, checkpoints on all routes out of our country. They are trying to keep people in their own countries, like the Hunger Games. I would say 99% of the people in video comments are not believing the COVID lie. Well, praise the Lord Jesus Christ, and are quite anti-government. Praise God. Praise Jesus. A lot of people are saying this is the end of the economy here. So, I wish I had more positive news to report, but that's why I'm doing these big, gigantic reports now every week, because I know that we've got like a narrow window now to pray, fast. Not to say you can't pray or fast without the internet, but I mean to communicate with one another, really, and to actually educate others as well, because it's a spiritual battle, but I also believe that educating others around us is also part of that, so that they're not destroyed for lack of knowledge. This report says Ireland could get the first consignment of a COVID-19 vaccine by the end of this year. The Irish Independent has learned. Managing Director of Pfizer Ireland, Paul Reed, believes there are strong signs his firm's experimental jab could be approved for emergency authorization at the end of next month, while a number of hurdles have to be cleared before the vaccine can be rolled out. Those will all be moved out. Mr. Reed said the firm was moving through the clinical trial program at, quote, breakneck speed. Yeah, and it'll be nice and safe, too. He said we can have 100 million doses by the end of 2020. If we have an advance purchase agreement with the EU Commission and that is secured, part of that would include a volume we think we can make available across Europe. And to me, this is really, and I hate to say this, but I do believe this is a heaven or hell issue. Because I believe if you get this vaccine, and I don't mean it unsaves you, but if you're not saved and you get it, I don't believe you'll ever have any inclination to ever even want to get saved. Jesus Christ didn't die on the cross to save a bunch of genetically modified, DNA defiled, cyborgian human 2.0s filled with nanorobots. He didn't. We're not fully human anymore. And what I'm saying to you is that is the reason why this is so important for Satan to get into your body, because he knows what I just told you is truth. How are you gonna have any, you're not gonna be fully human anymore. You're gonna be part machine. Your DNA is gonna be totally overwritten and rewritten according to their own information that I've read you. The messenger RNA vaccines will rewrite your DNA, and your own DNA will be at the mercy of it. And then there's all kind of other fun stuff in there. All kind of other fun stuff. Luciferase and hydrogel and all the other fun diseases they're going to put in there. Oh, yeah, we're going to cover that probably in the next part. Yeah, it will be a slow kill shot. So that's why this is so stinking important for Satan to get this into your body. And we've only got a very narrow window at this point to educate other people and to, try to get them, pray, fast, try to get their eyes opened so that maybe there'll be enough critical mass where there'll be just such massive pushback they might have to push this back further. I don't know. I do believe that this whole vaccine issue has caused an awakening on a lot of levels because it's forced their hand. They've pushed all their chips in, and now they're just getting, if you ask me, they're just getting sloppy. They're acting in such a way where they don't care, But they're saying, yeah, we can have 100 million doses by the end of 2020. We can have it available across Europe. Meanwhile, HSE Chief Paul Reed said the population distribution plan is being developed to decide how a potential vaccine will be released here. Well, they just published our COVID-19 vaccine plan here in North Carolina. It's about 120 pages long. Taylor just breezed through it. She's a speed reader. She's got like a photographic memory and she can speed read, and she loves legalese. She eats it up like cotton candy. I don't even want to be in the same room as a law book. I hate legalese. I don't get it. I don't really understand it, and I don't like it. It's almost like they're trying to confuse you on purpose. Taylor loves it. Okay? So she gets it. She loves it, and I don't know how, but she does. Well, anyway, she told me that some of the big priorities that she got from this were that they wanted to really go after the healthcare workers. Those would be the first one. Now, I've said this before, but this is a little bit expanded. The ones they want to really give the jab to first, healthcare workers, and then the elderly. Now, they want the healthcare workers because they want them all defiled, their DNA. They want them to be good little soldiers, and they also want them to die because they don't want there to be anybody there to take care of anyone when it's all said and done. Maybe they'll put in their satanic minions to replace our healthcare workers when it's all said and done. But remember, what does Satan come to do? Kill, steal, and destroy. Well, if all the healthcare workers are gone, who's going to take care of anybody? Well, who will they insert in there? I don't know, the Chinese or the UN doctors or whatever. I don't know. But they want them dead. And then the elderly, they want to give the jab to the elderly. These will be the priorities that will get the vaccines first. Well, why? Because they view the elderly as useless eaters. They want to get them killed. And then also the homeless. Now, I've been saying that for years. So they want to jab the homeless, kill those useless eaters. Now, I'm not saying they're useless. I'm saying they say they are. Okay? And then the last one are the migrant farmers. And the reason they want the migrant farmers dead, and we've covered this in previous studies, is because they're the ones that are harvesting the fields to a certain extent. Now, they're not like acting like combines, but then again, now they're burning down the farm equipment, and they're sending derechos through, those areas to annihilate the corn crops and annihilate the other crops. But the migrant workers for certain crops, that's the primary way they get harvested. Well, they want the harvest to rot in the field. And you do that by saying, oh, we're going to come and test you. And all the migrant farmers are illegal aliens anyway, so they're all freaked out anyway, thinking they're going to be deported, and then they leave. So it doesn't take a lot to get them spooked. The Ice Age farmers covered that quite a bit. And why would they want to? I mean, think about it. They're out in the fields working in the open. There's no risk of any disease transmission in that regard anyway. But they want to make sure that, and I think that's because they're trying to take out the food supply. She also said that one of the big things they were emphasizing in this 120-page document were that you need to sign this waiver. If there's, make sure that everybody signs this waiver before they get the vaccine. Because, see, they know the side effects are going to be so horrific. And it even said that in this 120-page document. Like, they're aware of all the potential adverse reactions from this thing, including death. And they want to make sure that satanically the game is square. You've signed your waiver. You've waived all your health. You're not going to be able to sue anybody anyway. You're not going to be able to sue the nurse that gives it to you, or if a doctor gives it to you, or the pharmaceutical company, or the hospital where you got it, or the Walgreens where you got it. You're not going to be able to sue any. They're all liability free anyway. I've already explained that. I've read you the reports on that. Okay, but just to be on the safe side, they want you to sign this waiver where you've been informed of your rights. So get ready for the fun ride to begin when we jab this thing into your arm, because you're not going to be fully human anymore, and your DNA is going to be totally defiled, and you're going to be a husk of a human being from now on. And Satan's got you. Satan's got you right where he wants you. Now, am I saying God's not still God anymore and he couldn't potentially neutralize all those things in somebody and maybe neutralize and purge you of all the nanorobots and then unrewrite your DNA? I'm not saying God could do anything. There is nothing too hard for God. But do I want to take that chance? Is that something I want to mess around with? No, of course not. So anyway, I'm way over on time. I wanted just to throw that in there because Taylor just did that tonight, and I wanted to kind of bring that info to you. So God bless you, and see you in the third and final part 3. We'd like to welcome you to part 3 of our emergency health alert for October 26th, 2020, coming down the home stretch here. Next report is called DNA Defiled and Tracked 24/7. Everything you do not know about the COVID-19 vaccine, and here's 100% truth. So I'm just going to listen to this brief video here. It says alert vaccine, the whole truth. Professor Jean-Bernard Fortillion is who you'll be hearing speaking. Actually 4 different doctors.
Frédéric Chaumont for the site truthcovid19.fr.
Now, you hear him lightly in the background, and this other lady's interpreting because he's French. Okay? And this other lady's interpreting what he's saying, so it's a little bit tough to kind of listen to, but I really thought the material was so important that I wanted to get this out to you.
Good morning, all. Here is the truth about the vaccine that the New World Order wants to impose on us all. Before going any further, a warning on this video seems necessary. Everything you will see and hear in this video has been the subject of very extensive research, thanks to the assistance of Professor Jean-Bernard Fortillon, Dr. Christian Tal-Chaler, and Dr. Serge Rader. Everything you will hear is fully verifiable on the links below this video and also on the site www.verite-covid19.fr. Take a look at this patent, for example.
So he's showing you a patent from, I believe, Microsoft. And he's going to go... This is the one that's 666 patent, one of the 666 patents.
WO 2020-060606, the applicant of which is none other than the Microsoft company created, among others, by Bill Gates. This document was made on the 26th of March 2020. This patent covers a very large number of countries, in fact, almost the entire planet. Let's take a closer look.
And they're pointing the little arrow to show you every single thing they're saying here is true.
This diagram. Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. What is that? The little guy here.
Okay, so it's showing a picture, and this is in the patent. It's showing a picture of a little guy, like a little, I don't want to say stick figure, but kind of like that. And then it's showing this thing called a sensor next to the little stick figure guy, and then a user device, and then a cryptocurrency system, and then a communication network.
It's you. It's me, the first to come. The sensor frame corresponds to the nanoparticles that will be added to the vaccine vial. It's a bit like a microchip implanted under your cat or dog's skin. The difference is you're going to find thousands, millions of them in just one vaccine.
Millions of nanoparticles, little nanorobots in your body from the first COVID-19 death vaccine. And that's what's going to allow, those are the sensors that are going to communicate with all these other things, other smart devices, other the 5G technology, all of that stuff, and even the cryptocurrency system eventually, possibly.
Once injected together with the vaccine, you will keep them until death and even after. Impossible to get rid of it. You're marked for life. What is the user device frame? It's your cell phone. It will be able to communicate with the nanoparticles.
Right, so the cell phone you have, your smartphone, will be in constant communication with the nanoparticles inside your own body. Okay? I mean, this much fun should not be legal by law.
That will circulate in your veins. Of course, your mobile phone is connected to the internet with what? With the new 5G networks, of course.
Of course.
From then on, you can be spotted and located by the authorities at any time of the day or night. Now that's annoying. You want to throw your cell phone to a river? You want to detonate it in a microwave oven? But beware, if you come across someone who has a cell phone, you are spotted again. And yes, all the cell phones around you spot you. To no longer be spotted, you would have to go to the middle of the ocean, to the middle of the desert, or to a forest, as long as you don't see anyone with
Yeah, but what about all the 5G satellites up in the skies? So would that even work?
a phone. What happens if everyone throws away his cell phone? Yes, do not forget that 5G relays can easily be found in electricity.
And they're installing them everywhere, in particular in America. Thank you, President Trump. And the lockdowns were where a lot of the 5G kill grid infrastructure was built in the public schools. And they're trying to build kill grids like they have in Wuhan, China, which is a big reason that whole thing happened. Okay, they're trying to build that into our own schools and own public places and things of this nature, so they can have it everywhere. And Trump is on the spear tip of it all, and he wants 6G as soon as possible as well.
In urban furniture structures, in radars, red lights, etc. Therefore, to no longer be spotted, it will be necessary to change planets. Now let's simplify our diagram. The vaccine and the nanoparticles are mixed in a syringe.
Yeah, so the vaccine nanoparticles, they're in the syringe together.
The vaccine and the nanoparticles are therefore injected simultaneously into your body. From that moment on, your mobile phone will locate you immediately. And by the magic of 5G networks, your location is no longer a secret to the authorities. What's on the menu for this vaccine? Here's a summary of the calamities of the vaccine they want to inject into your body. 4 fragrances.
Now, this is one vaccine he's evaluating, one of the ones in development. This is from the University of Oxford. So the first thing they're putting in it is 4 fragments of HIV-1, which they give to vaccinated people, AIDS syndrome and immunodeficiency as a consequence. So they're putting HIV, 4 fragments of HIV, in this particular one they're developing. HIV, AIDS, yeah, because they love you so much.
Of HIV-1, the AIDS virus, which give vaccinated people AIDS syndrome and the resulting immunodeficiency.
Right.
DNA sequences from the germ of malaria, which give malaria to vaccinated.
So this then the DNA sequences from malaria, which will give you malaria eventually, or at least have those things roaming around your body.
157 additional DNA and protein sequences, the presence and role of which are unexplained.
So 157 DNA and protein sequences, see patent number US 8243718, the presence of which these additional DNA are unexplained. We don't know. We don't even know. Just 157 more. Like I said, guys, you're not going to be human anymore if you were to take this. It's that bad. It's that stinking bad.
Nanoparticles that will allow definitive control of people vaccinated.
Yeah, and they're probably going to be, he's saying definitive control of people, these nanoparticles, ejectable nanorobots. Only God knows what they're going to be able to do to your brain and to your thinking processes. And, if you get out of line, they're also going to be able to punish you and to bring you into submission through these nanoparticles, because they can attack pain centers or activate pain centers and do all kinds of stuff. They can kill you. It's just, the fun never ends.
To 5G. The SHADOX1-nCoV-19 vaccine.
So here's another one, the SHADOX1 COVID-19 vaccine.
Want to inject into your body contains SHADOX1-nCoV-19, COVID-19 coronavirus carried by the SHADOX1 adenovirus vector, nanoparticles described in Microsoft patent, which will allow controlling you thanks to 5G.
And they give you the patent, US 2019, the patent is 038084.
Preservative disinfectants, either thimerosal or formaldehyde and antibiotics.
So that's a disinfectant. Now, again, let me just hit that one. The disinfectant is either thimerosal, which is mercury, or formaldehyde, which is embalming fluid, okay, and antibiotics. So that's their disinfectant they're putting in that particular COVID-19 vaccine.
Either thimerosal or formaldehyde and antibiotics. COVID-19 is an artificial coronavirus made in France by the Institut Pasteur from natural SARS-CoV coronavirus. COVID-19 is the result of several genetic manipulations of a strain of coronavirus SARS-CoV associated with severe...
That's why I've never said it's not real. I do think it's mutated to such a point where it's most potentially a non-issue at this point, at least in its current derivation. But I've never said it's not real, like a lot of people in alternative media are saying. I just think it was far, far worse because they had the 5G kill grid in Wuhan, China, and that was really what got it kicked off. And people had never seen, human bodies had never seen that before. And it was created in a lab, and there's tons and tons and tons of proof to prove that. And he's going over that.
Acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, resulting from a sample collected from bronchoalveolar washings of SARS-infected patients by scientists of Institut Pasteur before 2003 at the French hospital in Hanoi, Vietnam. First step. SARS-CoV-1 was produced by a first patent filed in 2003, European patent and US patent from SARS-CoV collected in Hanoi
and
before...
all the paperwork she is discussing, or he's discussing, is in this video if you want to see it. All the verifications of things they're not even mentioning is here.
2003. Second step. SARS-CoV-2 was a continuation of the first US patent, protected by the second US patent, filed in 2011 from SARS-CoV-1. Third step. COVID-19 was produced from SARS-CoV-2 by inserting into its genome 4 sequences of HIV-1 AIDS virus, which is an RNA virus. The father of COVID-19 is Dr. Frédéric Tongy, Director of Vaccine Innovation at the Institut Pasteur. Actually, COVID-19 was made in France by French scientists at the Institut Pasteur from natural SARS-CoV coronavirus, then transferred to Wuhan, where French people of Institut Pasteur released it deliberately, unbeknownst to scientists in the Wuhan laboratory and the Chinese government. When she says COVID-19 is not a Chinese virus, China does not lie. The vaccine, once injected, will not have an immediate effect. It is only later that you will die of malaria, AIDS, or any other disease against which your immune system can no longer do anything.
Right.
Finally, by the forced creation of an immunodeficiency, this vaccine will take away all means of curing any disease.
Right.
A perfect crime against humanity.
And that's why they want to inject it, because they know it's a slow kill shot. But it's not going to be a kill shot where they inject you with it, you drop dead outside of Walgreens or wherever you're going to get it. They want it to be slow, so that then they have deniability. That gives them that time window gives them that probable deniability.
You can therefore see the degree of perversity of this vaccine weapon.
Yeah.
We invite anyone who considers the information in this video to be fake news to check their accuracy on the links provided under this video. So ends...
Or you can go to their website, www.verite, -COVID-19, like France.
Video sequence, which I suggest you download and share widely. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. I mean, wow. Huh. Whew. Next report. Trump doing his level best to kill as many elderly Americans as possible via the coming COVID-19 kill shot, and also go after anyone spreading disinformation about this scamdemic. Why? Because Trump will never fail you. He'll never lie to you. He'll always have your back. That's why. Now, again, if they're going to give you something like 4 fragments of the AIDS virus and then malaria, don't you think that's going to probably kill off the old people a lot quicker? You know, they've already got a lot of times 1 foot in the grave, 1 foot on a banana peel, if they're in a nursing home or something like that. And this is just going to put them over. And this is why, this is part of the whole depopulation plan to get us down to 500 million, which is the first commandment of the 10 commandments of the New World Order, which says to bring us into they want to get us down to 500 million. Okay, they want to depopulate the planet to 500 million, which is, you know, roughly 90 to 95% depopulation in that range there. So let's go ahead and play this video here.
I receive many emails every day from subscribers and listeners that want to do their part in getting the truth out.
This is Headlines with a Voice.
Some share their first-hand experiences with me. Others send links to articles they believe are important, requesting I narrate them. Thank you to everyone. Most people would agree, I think, that the state of affairs in the United States is at an all-time low. Politics, the imploding economy, the lines of people waiting at food banks, the rolling lockdowns, the fact that President Trump has not lifted his national emergency declaration, thus facilitating the greatest wealth transfer in human history.
Exactly.
President Trump's October 16th, 2020 announcement that Walgreens and CVS are partnering with the Trump administration in an effort to make seniors in long-term care facilities some of the first Americans to receive a vax against the outbreak.
Oh, yeah.
The president stated, quote, "Today, I'm thrilled to announce that we have just finalized a partnership with CVS and Walgreens," end quote. The president told a group in Fort Myers, Florida, at an event centered on seniors.
That's my hometown originally.
He said that the plan was for the pharmacies to, quote, "deliver the vax directly to nursing homes at no cost to our seniors," end quote.
Isn't that wonderful?
The program is called the Pharmacy Partnership for Long-Term Care Program, and it's part of the Trump administration's Operation Warp Speed effort.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's House Resolution 11...
Operation Warp Speed to get you in the grave.
54, that passed the House of Representatives on October 2nd, 2020. H.R. 1154 condemns individuals and groups that promote trusting the plan, and it encourages the FBI, federal law enforcement, and the United States intelligence community's continued efforts in gathering information on what H.R. 1154 calls extremists. Remember that over the last several days, many large social media accounts that regularly discuss elements of that plan were deplatformed. That there's a concerted effort to silence dissenting opinions and categorize dissenters as dangerous is evident.
Yes. That's why people like me have to go. So that's why people in alternative media, and I don't know if what Richie from Boston said is true, where it's going to be that quick. I mean, if that's the case, we don't have much time. I mean, we really don't have that much time. But again, I don't like making dogmatic statements like that, like I know exactly what's going to happen this next week. We might have another year. We might have more. I don't know. Or we might not have another week or two. It just depends. Really, I think a lot of it depends what they're planning on doing regarding this election thing. How aggressive are they going to get to totally control the narrative?
With all of that in mind, before we share articles, it's more important than ever to determine the origin of those articles. I would caution everyone to dedicate a few moments to establishing the source of an article before sharing it on social media. A net has been cast by the powers that be to pull in anyone that promulgates, promotes, or in any way contributes to the spread of what they have defined as dangerous disinformation. Claiming that you were unaware the article you shared was a steaming pile will probably make little to no difference if you're caught in that net. In fact, individuals with a history of being three-letter agency informants are currently pushing out articles that are 10% truth and 90% steaming piles. I'm watching people upload videos about one such article, and others are sharing it with everyone in their sphere of influence. I would caution anyone sharing and reposting links and information. Before you do, check to see that the article or the information is properly cited and confirm the source. Other blogs or websites that posted or publish the same article, they don't qualify as sources. We're facing...
Do you really think that's going to matter, though, to Satan? They don't want you putting out truth. That's what they don't want you putting out. That's the main criteria. If it goes against their agenda, their narrative. Anyway, I just wanted to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and go to the next video here. Trump slips and starts calling the vaccine a weapon. Okay, so I'm going to play this. This is I believe a pretty short video here because it's not a very long clip.
Promise. I don't know who said it, but whatever the maximum is, whatever you can humanly do, we're going to have. Whatever you can humanly do, we're going to have.
They're showing him making that reverse upside down pyramid Illuminati hand signal he always does, like every time he sits down.
And we hope we're going to come up with a good vaccine. Johnson & Johnson and Oxford and lots of different.
Now, if you just heard, he said, we hope we're going to come up with a good wet vaccine. He meant, he was Freudian slip. He was going to say weapon, which, again, if we haven't proven to you that this is the biggest weapon Satan's ever unleashed on humanity, potentially, then I don't know what more I could show you at this point. And now I'm talking about not just this study. I'm talking about all the other ones I've done. But he had a Freudian slip there when he said this.
Great, and we hope we're going to come up with a good wet vaccine.
A wet vaccine. He stopped himself mid-sentence. Wet vaccine. Meant to say weapon. And that was the truth.
We're going to come up with a good wet vaccine. And we hope we're going to come up with a good wet vaccine. A good wet vaccine.
So, there you have that. Just remember, Trump will never fail you. He's good people. He's good people. Salt of the earth. Next video. YouTube just confirmed they will work with the WHO, World Health Organization, to remove any videos that question the official narrative promoted by vaccine companies. They're all in league. They're all in cahoots with one another. It's one big satanic system, okay? And the masks are coming off. The facade is all coming off. They're all showing their true colors. The Stalinist WHO has become nothing more than a big pharma front group, advancing the interests of vaccine makers. The WHO has made big tech its echo chamber, selling big pharma's immunosuppressants, which include a long list of vaccines that damage cellular immunity. There is no longer a shred of transparency surrounding vaccine science because the WHO is strategically eliminating any dissent with about vaccination online. The WHO has partnered with Silicon Valley big tech giants to weed out any information about vaccine damage, vaccine injury, viral shedding from vaccines, among other serious topics that concern public health. The WHO is targeting any hopeful information on treatments, preventative nutrition, plant-based medicines, and any information that could advance innate immunity, God-given immunity, and free human beings from endless vaccine experiments. This authoritarian organization pays no regard to human rights as their team of vaccine pushers work to bury information that is critical of vaccine science, its shortcomings, and its sordid history of deadliness. The scientific method is being suppressed and censored because the WHO demands vaccine obedience, targeting dissenters of vaccines as a public health threat. The WHO demands the wide-scale vaccine distribution while ignoring the science on its adverse effects. The legal network of vaccine pushers coordinate to ensure that the vaccine makers enjoy legal immunity when their products do harm, while censoring any debate about this atrocious reality. The modern-day WHO is like the USSR State Committee for Television and Radio Broadcasting, from the Joseph Stalin era. During that time, the Soviet Union controlled the television networks and radio stations with their own political propaganda, while locking down public speaking on important matters of human freedom and punishing anyone who dared commit a slip of the tongue. Today, the WHO runs a digital solutions department that meets weekly with the policy teams of big tech. This dictatorial WHO department is led by Andy Pattison, and who was open about their effort to censor any information that dampens human belief in upcoming coronavirus vaccines. He told Reuters that his team meets with YouTube on a weekly basis to discuss content trends online while discussing the types of videos that spread dangerous misinformation about vaccines. The YouTube recently agreed. Isn't it funny? They're just so focused on people like me that's putting out the truth. Why would they be so concerned about that one thing? Because that is the mother lode of their whole satanic agenda. It all revolves around the vaccines because they know what it's going to do to humanity when you get it. And they know that so many problems that they currently face with humanity, like people that can free think and people that maybe have good immune systems and that are robust and that might want to educate others and that can take care of their families and that have, a will to resist tyranny, all that's going to go away with the vaccines because you're going to be lobotomized from these things. And they're going to control you. And if you do get out of line, they'll just activate those injectable nanorobots that are already in you to go to the pain centers and give you a real good jolt of reality. And if that doesn't work, they'll just kill you. Anyway, you're going to die anyway from all the stuff they're putting in there. The 157 other protein things, which we don't even know what they are. The 4 fragments of AIDS and then the malaria. Not to mention probably attenuated COVID-19, and that's not even talking about the hydrogel or the luciferase and all the other things that they might be doing. Just good, clean fun, Going further here, he told Reuters that his team meets with YouTube on a weekly basis to discuss the content trends online, discussing the types of videos that spread dangerous misinformation about vaccines. YouTube recently agreed to limit the spread of COVID-19 related information that defies the position of Satan, the WHO. YouTube is in the process of removing videos that question COVID-19 vaccines. Richie from Boston is like, I can't, they keep taking my channel. Well, yeah, Richie, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. They're going to keep doing it, Richie. Don't go to that satanic well anymore. Now, he's saying they're just going to take them all down. Well, maybe they will. Maybe, I don't know. YouTube is currently banning channels and any videos that point out limitations of these vaccines and their potential to cause great harm. Next report, an outspoken proponent of government-led tactics to influence public opinion on policy and to undermine credibility of conspiracy theorists will lead the WHO's efforts to encourage public acceptance of the COVID-19 vaccine. Last week, the WHO's director, Dr. Tedros, tweeted that he was glad to speak with the organization's technical advisory group on behavioral insights and sciences for health to discuss vaccine acceptance and take in the context of COVID and uptake the context of COVID-19. In his tweet, he discussed that Cass Sunstein, founder and director of the program of behavioral economics and public policy at Harvard Law School, will chair the advisory group, which was created in July. Sunstein was the former President Barack Obama's head of Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, where he was responsible for overseeing policies relating to information quality. I mean, brainwashing, really. In 2008, Sunstein wrote a paper proposing that governments employ teams of covert agents to cognitively infiltrate online dissent groups. Cognitively means thinking, brain, okay? To cognitively infiltrate online dissent groups and websites which advocate false conspiracy theories. And this is another reason I got away from the chat rooms and all that stuff, like I mentioned before, because I found they always got corrupted. Okay, and it's because of this reason why they get corrupted. And that's why the way I have contending for truth set up right now, that can't happen. You're not gonna infiltrate it, because there's no way to infiltrate it, okay, other than corrupting the website itself or something. Okay. Anyway, to cognitively infiltrate online dissent groups and websites which advocate false conspiracy theories about the government, even though it's all true. In the paper, Sunstein and his co-authors wrote, quote, "Our principal claim here involves the potential value of cognitive infiltration of extremist groups designed to introduce informational diversity into such groups to expose indefensible conspiracy theories as such. The government-led operations described in Sunstein's paper would work to increase faith in government policy and policy makers and undermine the credibility of conspiracists who question their motives. They would also maintain a vigorous counter-misinformation establishment to counter conspiracy groups opposed to government policies that aim to protect the common good." So they're doing this all in conjunction with, we're right on the cusp of them getting more aggressive with this COVID-19 thing than we've ever seen. I've just given you evidence of that today. At the same time, what they're going to do is they're going to eliminate all dissenting opinions and all those they deem conspiracy theorists. Anybody that's against the official narrative, they're all going to be at bare minimum, most likely taken offline. Okay, and that's why I'm saying my days are probably pretty numbered. And it's just not me, but it's everybody with putting out truth out there. You know, now I'm not saying God's not bigger, but you know, I know what the Bible says. I know what the Bible says in Revelations and Daniel and 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and Jesus' warning to Matthew 24, and you know, facts are facts. And anyway, going further here, some of this would be accomplished by sending undercover agents or government-paid third parties into online social networks or even into real space groups. Sunstein also advocated in 2008 that the government pay independent experts to publicly advocate on the government's behalf. Whether on television, they're just paid devils that push the party line. Whether on television or social media, he says this is effective because people don't trust the government as much as they trust people they believe are, quote, independent. Well, like Alex Jones pushing the Trump agenda. I mean, you go up there now and all it is absolute Trump worship and praise and right-left paradigm, Coke, Pepsi. That's all it is. Sean Hannity, Rush Limbaugh, trusted experts that are all on the take. They're all on Team Satan. They're just pushing their particular part of the right-left paradigm. Okay, so going further, the WHO has already contracted the public relations firms of Hill and Knowlton, the PR giant best known for its role in manufacturing false testimonies in support of the Gulf War, and was hired by the WHO to ensure the science and public health credibility of the WHO in order to ensure the WHO's advice and guidance is followed. Meaning, take your vaccine, get your test, wear your masks, and don't question authority. Take your universal basic income, give up all your property, and become a good little New World Order slave. That's where this is all heading, unless there's massive pushback, prayer, and fasting. But again, I also know how it turns out in the Bible, so, you know, I'm trying to occupy till Jesus comes. The Bible talks about that being a good soldier for Christ, you know, doing unto others as you would have done unto yourself type of thing. I mean, if I was in a burning building on fire and I wasn't aware of it, I would want somebody to warn me type of thing. The WHO paid Hill and Knowlton $135,000 to identify micro-influencers, macro-influencers, and hidden heroes who could covertly promote the WHO's advice and messaging on social media. And that would be like your Miley Cyrus types and I don't know, all the people in Hollywood that have their own little sphere of influence, and people in sports like that devil LeBron James, and the people in pro football and all that, you know, the garbage that they're pushing, and head coaches of football teams and in basketball, and, you know, anybody that you know they can use in that regard, they will do it. And also protect and promote the organization's image as a COVID-19 authority. Got this from a listener the other day. Contact tracing in Cook County, Illinois. Here's an example, I'm sure, of what's rolling out or soon will be rolling out everywhere. Now, I warned about this very, very heavily when it first started breaking with the contact tracing. And I haven't said a lot about it lately because I don't think I think it's taken them time to try to get this implemented. I also think there's probably a lot of pushback to this because this is about as big brother as it can possibly get. We will soon live in a world where our neighbors will report us to authorities. Seeing that they have used the fake crisis to destroy our economy, we're desperate or soon will be for a job. Many. And this article says the Cook County Chicago's public healthcare system expects to add 466 new positions related to the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the spokesperson. And this is regarding the contact tracing. 466 positions for contact tracing and social distancing. Man, that is some serious people. And again, they're just not doing this because, you know, there's no end game agenda, you know. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. And again, that's just going to all factor into all these things that they're planning between now and, you know, the end of 2021. And you know, I hate to say this, but they would never ever let up on this. This is something that I don't see them ever letting up on because of all the things. This brings us into the New World Order. Every aspect of the New World Order, the COVID-19 and then the coming COVID-21 thing, brings us there. They're gonna amalgamate all the different agendas into this to take away all our liberties, all of our rights, everything, if they get their way. And again, I'm not saying God can't protect you. I'm not saying God's not going to have pockets of people that he protects in these types of things, or he protects an individual. But that's what they're saying. This is what their agenda is. Next report. We all knew that the COVID 1984, now they're calling it COVID 1984 because of George Orwell's 1984 book. We know that the CV 1984 pandemic was going to cause the loss of our individual freedoms, liberties, and rights. But now tyranny has risen in Texas, and police are showing up at the doorsteps of citizens deemed non-compliant with the contact tracing measures in El Paso, Texas. Yeah. So there's parts where they're already doing this and ordering them to quarantine for 14 days. Or what? Gunpoint? The electric chair? You know? Hang them at high noon? False cases of COVID-19 are once again spiking in urban areas across Texas. It's all garbage and lies. They're not even checking for it, according to what their stuff says. Said that before. But the state has done the unthinkable. Well, at least we thought, this is America. What happened in China can't happen here, right? Well, that's wrong. Police have turned to drastic measures to curb the spread of the virus across the U.S. Not just Texas, but the entire country is facing a loss of liberties. Now, let me just remind you of what I had said before about this. CDC admits to the FDA there's no such thing as COVID-19, meaning they're not checking for it, okay? I believe, yes, it exists, but they're not checking for it in the tests. CDC document confirms from Principia Scientifica International claims that there has never been any successful laboratory test to isolate and confirm the existence of the SARS-CoV-2 virus alleged to have caused the COVID-19 pandemic. In effect, the science tells us there is no virus. And then there's another report. COVID-19 virus has never been isolated. They have never, not once, isolated the virus for which they shut down the United States economy and through which they've denied tens of millions of Americans their most basic freedoms. It says that all of these professionals and medical experts have never, not once, actually isolated the virus that causes COVID-19. According to the Food and Drug Administration, no quantified virus isolates of the 2019 novel coronavirus are currently available. End of quote. That's right. No quantifiable virus isolates. None. So it's all a scam. It's a total scam-demic. The whole thing. Lock, stock, and barrel. And from stem to stern, it's all lies. So, going further here in this report, it says that police have turned to drastic measures to curb the spread of the scamdemic virus across the U.S., not just in Texas, but the entire country is facing a loss of liberties. This week, police officers were dispatched to the homes of residents who have tested positive in the Texas city of El Paso in order to quarantine them for 14 days. Those who disobey the order could find themselves brought before a judge and facing a $500 fine. And this will all increase as time goes by, again, unless there's massive pushback. Similar draconian measures are being replicated across the U.S., with the country passing 8 million infections on Thursday, and the epidemiologist warning that the nation is surging toward a third wave of coronavirus cases. And remember, this is the narrative. You're going to be seeing increasingly. Third wave. Not enough people wearing masks. Not enough people getting tested. We need the vaccine ASAP, you know. So here's some more lies. At least 41 of the U.S. states have seen a rise in new cases over the last 2 weeks alone, with the number of new daily infections being reported as high as 71,600. Just all lies. Everything I'm reading you is total lies. But see, when you see specific numbers like that, you think, well, they're not going to make up specific numbers. Of course it's real. No, it's not. It's all lies. Hospitalizations have similarly hit record highs in 13 states, according to Johns Hopkins University data. Activist Post previously reported how Rockland County, New York, was issuing subpoenas for contact tracing after residents refused to be tracked. Those residents were given a choice to be tracked or face a civil penalty of up to $2,000 a day. Yeah. You comply or you go to prison. As Activist Post has reiterated, measures being put in place will now likely remain long after the pandemic has stopped and the virus has run its course, even though they'll probably never let that happen for the scamdemic. What is the everlasting effect that COVID-19 will have on our society? You can watch the local news report on the worrying forced quarantine efforts in El Paso below, and I give you all the links for that. Next video, Plandemic Facts. I'm going to play a little video here. So this is a clip from the movie, the Plandemic movie, Plandemic Indoctrination movie, the most viewed and banned documentary of all time regarding this devil scamdemic that we're in right now. I'm just going to play you, I don't know, about a 7-minute clip from it. This is David E. Martin, PhD, National Intelligence Analyst, founder of IQ 100 Index, New York Stock Exchange.
I'm the developer of Linguistic Genomics, which was the first platform on which you could determine the intent of communication rather than the literal artifact of communication. But we've also used that technology for a number of other applications in defense and intelligence and finance. And most notably, in the early 2000s, my company was responsible for bringing down what was at the time one of the largest tax frauds in U.S. history. We maintained a series of inquiries into every individual, every organization, and every company that is involved in anything that either blurs the line of biological and chemical weapons or crosses that line. in any of 168 countries. In 1999, there were 1 million patents digitized by IBM, and those 1 million patents were the first time human innovation had been put into an electronic digital searchable format. We took that information and we did a very simple exercise using our linguistic genomics technology, where I made the horrific assessment that approximately 1/3 of all patents filed in the United States were functional forgeries, meaning that while they had linguistic variations, they actually covered the same subject matter.
Now, this is near and dear to me because that's what happened to my parents. My dad invented and patented a portable evaporative cooling fan called WayCool in the early 90s. Product was amazing. Just amazing. And the problem is a guy came along and it was a major competitor that my dad did not vet. I don't know if he vetted him at all. And he said, oh, okay, I want to buy the company for $2.5 million. Dad was doing a really good business. Company was in Fort Myers, like I said earlier. WayCool. Portable evaporative cooling fans. And my dad agreed. And it was the fifth from their main competitor, I believe was Schaefer Fans. And this family that owned it was the fifth richest family in Minnesota. What they did, they paid them the, I think it was like a $250,000 payment up front. And then they said, we'll pay you another one, and then we'll pay you the bulk in like a year or something. Well, they reneged on all that. And by the time my dad found out they were reneging on the deal totally, they had already taken the whole factory in Fort Myers and moved it up to Minnesota. And when my dad started fighting them, they're like, we don't care. Sue us. We've got 50 attorneys. You'll never beat us. And my dad devoted the rest of his life until literally the day he died to just trying to get the company back and being the biggest thorn in his side of that devil that he could possibly be. That was my dad. And all they did, they came back and they said, oh, well, this part of the patent, it had something to do with like the pre-filter of one of the cooling pads that I could explain the way portable evaporative cooling fans work, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But it was like this little rewriting of the pre-filter thing, and they said, oh, the patent's invalidated. It's exactly the same exact thing, that guy. Functional forgeries. These patents are rewritten, and it's the same product, but they just change the verbiage slightly, and then they say it's a different product, and it's not. It's a lie. It's a forgery. It's stealing intellectual property, and that's what they did to my parents. And it eventually killed both of them, essentially, because the stress that it caused and the 10 years after that they were trying desperately to get their company back, all their dreams are crumbling apart. They're losing their house. Literally, the week my dad died, okay, he found out that week, because they had bought off they had flown judges in to rule against my dad. He cost them, I think, over $1 million in legal fees, at least. And probably more than that because they had to fly judges in. But at that point, he didn't care. The guy that owned Schaefer Fans didn't care. Because my dad was such a thorn in their side, it was just about winning at that point. You fly a judge in to Fort Myers to rule against my dad? Yeah, that's how serious they were taking it. It didn't matter. My dad wasn't going to give up. But eventually, I really believe that's what contributed greatly to both my parents' early demises, because they both died in their in their early 60s. And I had them on protocols, but my dad wasn't following the one I had him on strict enough, and he was all plaqued up because he wasn't taking the EDTA chelation. But the week that he died, he found out that they were being evicted from their house of like 25 years that my dad had built from the ground up in this gated subdivision we lived in for the most of my life. I'm going to lose the house finally. They're going to be evicted, have to move into a much downsized house. And then he also found out that same week that he had no more remedy in court, and that the guy that owned Schaefer Fan had won. And that right then is when he had that massive heart attack. I was there. And he was gone a day later. But I was able to lead him to the Lord, thank God. And you can read about that. Both my dad and my mom's passing. Just key in passing, that word, and in the keyword search box at contendingfortruth.com, they passed away within about, I don't know, year and a half of one another. And I really believe that because of what was done with the patent and how they scammed it, that greatly contributed to their early demise. Now, I always said to the Lord, God, whatever it takes to get my parents saved, whatever it takes, if you got to take everything away. And that's ultimately what had to happen in order for them to get saved. So I do believe it was part of God's plan, but the fact that the guy got away with it, I've always had, although I forgive him, I've always had, a very bad taste in my mouth when, he's, I'm sure probably Illuminati or some lower level Illuminati family, fifth richest family in Minnesota last time I heard, getting away with. But then again, there's no getting away with anything, because if you get away with it in this life, you're not going to get away with it in the next. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there.
In 1999, patents on coronavirus started showing up, and thus began the rabbit trail.
Now remember, a coronavirus is just the common cold, but now they're getting patents on these viruses, and they're modified, and they're GMO type of things where they're creating these things in laboratories.
2003, panic grips Hong Kong as a deadly new virus sweeps through the city.
In 2003, the Center for Disease Control saw the possibility of a gold strike, and that was the coronavirus outbreak that happened in Asia. They saw that a virus they knew could be easily manipulated was something that was very valuable. And in 2003...
And it was manipulated. Remember the French guy we were just hearing in the background? He covered this. This is part of the progression. They started at SARS COVID virus, and then it eventually got to what we have now, the COVID-19. But they were one graduated to the next, to the next, to the next. Different, generations of them.
To patent it. And they made sure that they controlled the proprietary rights to the disease, to the virus, and to its detection, and all of the measurement of it. We know that Anthony Fauci, that Ralph Baric, that the Center for Disease Control, and the laundry list of people who wanted to take credit for inventing coronavirus were at the hub of this story. From 2003 to 2018, they controlled 100% of the cash flow that built the empire around the industrial complex of coronavirus.
The World Health Organization has officially named the novel coronavirus
the novel coronavirus outbreak.
The coronavirus
The World Health Organization is
a pandemic.
An international public health emergency.
While we know that the coronavirus manipulation started with Dr. Ralph Baric in 1999.
The major characteristics of SARS, MERS, and SARS coronavirus 2. It's a good way for you.
Ralph Baric is the researcher at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who's famous for his chimeric coronavirus research. In 2002, there was a
That was the one thing that the French doctor left out, is the Chapel Hill connection to the coronavirus.
That the coronavirus was seen as an exploitable mechanism for both good and ill. On April the 25th, 2003, the U.S. Center for Disease Control filed a patent on the coronavirus transmitted to humans. Under 35 U.S. Code Section 101, nature is prohibited from being patented. Either SARS coronavirus was manufactured, therefore making a patent on it legal, or it was natural, therefore making a patent on it illegal. If it was manufactured, it was a violation of biological and chemical weapons, treaties, and laws. If it was natural, filing a patent on it was illegal.
Right.
Then either outcome...
Which is the same reason they had to make let's say aspirin, okay, which is a derivative of white willow bark. But see, they take what they view as the active component of white willow bark, which is acetylsalicylic acid, and then they patent it, and then they can make tons of money because they've taken something that naturally occurs in nature, they've synthesized it, and now they can put a patent on it. Now, the problem is when you do that, now it becomes a drug, and all drugs have side effects. Okay? Whereas it would just be better to use the white willow bark the way it occurs in nature, maybe in a concentrated form, as opposed to aspirin, which has tons of side effects. I mean, and then you get into all the other things they've done. The same thing with almost every other drug that exists.
Are illegal. In the spring of 2007, the CDC filed a petition with the Patent Office to keep their application confidential and private. They actually filed patents on not only the virus, but they also filed patents on its detection and a kit to measure it. Because of that CDC
Did you see what a scam all this is? All this was pre-planned, pre-done years ago. I mean, 2 decades ago. All this started with the coronavirus patenting stuff. All to lead us to where we're at this day. Now, I think what happened is when they released it in Wuhan, and then they had that 5G kill grid, they thought, man, this thing's going to spread like gangbusters throughout the earth. It's going to literally kill. Well, when that didn't happen, after it got out of Wuhan, what ended up happening is they're like, okay, we got to go to plan B because this thing isn't killing near the amount of people we thought it was going to kill. And so we're just going to lie and say it is. And because mutations had occurred, they didn't have that same 5G kill grid set up worldwide, and they weren't getting the death numbers they wanted. Therefore, they're not going to really get the panic numbers. But then they control the media. They control the fake news and lying news. They control the doctors, for the most part, in the medical industry, and the politicians. So they can perpetuate the lie. That's what's happened, guys. Okay?
They had the ability to control who was authorized and who was not authorized to make independent inquiries into coronavirus. You cannot look at the virus, you cannot measure it, you cannot develop a test kit for it. And by ultimately receiving the patents that constrained anyone from using it, they had the means, they had the motive, and most of all, they had the monetary gain from turning coronavirus from a pathogen to profit.
Developing and owning a coronavirus vaccine has become a biotech arms race with political overtones.
This vaccine gold rush is starting to bother me. Gold rush. Let's keep that in mind.
And so somewhere between 2012 and 2013, something happened. The federal funding for research that was feeding into places like Harvard, Emory, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, that funding suddenly became impaired by something that happened at the NIH, where the NIH got this little tiny moment of clarity and said, I think something we're doing is wrong. And in 2013, the NIH said, gain-of-function research on coronavirus should be suspended.
Gain of function meaning, how are we going to make it worse and more virulent and make it more, the kill rate higher? Why would you do that ever with this stuff? Well, if you want to release the pandemic and you want to depopulate the world to 500 million in perpetual balance with nature, like the first commandment of George Guidestone says, and then make billions and billions along the way and then lock down the planet and bring in the New World Order, well, then you've got a lot of motivation there.
The National Institutes of Health had a moral and social and potentially legal reason to object to research. But the letters that were sent to the researchers essentially said, you are receiving notice that we're telling you to stop. And now on the bottom of the page, we're going to clarify what stop means. Keep going. But when the heat gets hot in 2014 and 15, what do? You offshore the research. You fund the Wuhan Institute of Virology to do the stuff that sounds like it's getting a little edgy with respect to its morality and legality. But do you do it straight way? No. You run the money through a series of cover organizations to make it look like you're funding a U.S. operation, which then subcontracts with the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The U.S. could say China did it. China could say the U.S. did it. And the cool thing is both of them are almost telling the truth.
Yep. Now, this documentary goes on, to the hour and 15-minute mark. You can, Plandemic Indoctrination, you can download it, you can watch it online. It's very, very high quality. They've got all kind of resources here. Plandemic, they've also got Plandemic 2. This is Plandemic Indoctrination. So, if you want to just go right to it, it's Plandemic Series, one word, plandemicseries.com. I also give you the link. It'll be near the end of the PDF for this date of October 26, 2020. We're coming in here. I'm trying to end a little bit on a positive note here. I know there's not a lot of positive stuff to report regarding this situation, but Polish police use tear gas as thousands protest against COVID-19. Now, I'm just going to play a tiny bit of this. Now, this is showing these devil cops in Poland using tear gas and pepper spray, and they're dressed up in, full military riot gear type stuff, and how they're going against the protesters in Warsaw, Poland here. And it shows the people protesting, and these cowardly cops cowering kind of in the corner, using all of their stuff because they're such big tough guys. He says, I myself am an entrepreneur, and for 7 months I was deprived of the possibility of running a business. I'm just going to read you the thing. You can watch the whole video. Many of my colleagues, also entrepreneurs from the same industry, went out of business. All their life's belongings are in ruins. I understand there are some restrictions, but on the basis which we could maintain ourselves so that we could bring a certain number of people so that it all could work. Many people say that's entertainment, that you can dance some other time, but you can go to the cinema some other time, but it's not just about, oh, these guys are such cowards in this video, entertainment, or it's a workplace. It's simply about the attack on the Polish people, and that's it. This is an evident attack on Poles by the entire Polish government. Not only the PIS, the ruling Law and Justice Party, it's all been for generations, and the scope has changed, so come on. These people are very much awoke, though. You can't see it, the COVID-19 pandemic. It's just how they exaggerate the whole pandemic. It's too inflated. I think that was it. People live with it normally. I've had many infected friends who told me they feel great, and yet they had confirmed COVID. Again, I'm saying this because there are a lot of woke people up there in the world, and they know what's going on, and they're fighting back against this stuff, So, although the video is horrific, there are people out there that are fighting, and there's a lot of places on the planet that are protesting this stuff. And then the last one is another one. Got this sent today by a listener in Australia. What really happened when the Australian Victorians came out to lawfully exercise their human rights. And he said, thought this would be, we're sending you from Australia. And I'm not going to play it because you have to watch it. But it's a 7 or 8 minute video on the Australians, very, very recent, and how they're trying to bring out all the police to intimidate them, to arrest people and all this other stuff. But there's just too many. There's too many in Victoria marching through the streets. I mean, they said 300 to 400, of course. It's thousands upon thousands marching through the streets, just basically flouting whatever the police are telling them to do and not complying with them. And, the police are going nuts, the little Nazis that are enforcing all this stuff that will absolutely 100% beg for the mark of the beast and worship Satan when he makes his arrival, because I can't come to any other conclusion. if you're a police officer enforcing this stuff like this, especially the way they're doing it there. So anyway, that's all we have for today. I'm going to try to get this posted here tonight. So God bless you, and we will, Lord willing, see you in the next audio.